guess that's 9 o'clock and we can get started. We'll do our normal roll call, see who all is here. I am Annette Lutz. Gee, I always forget to do this. Kelsey or somebody here to take minutes?
Hi, Madam Chair. Kelsey's here.
Hi, Kelsey. Good morning. All right, so I'm Annette Lutz, and I'm here. Tom Neal. Well, I know Tom's here. Maybe he's muted. All right, Doug Brusso.
Here.
Frank Bagassa.
Here.
Scott Allen.
Here.
Jim Davis.
Jim is here.
Good morning. And Larry Danflis.
Here.
Good morning, Larry.
Madam Chair, I'm here. I was unmuting myself in the wrong place.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. All right, let's see what alternates we have. Christopher Douglas.
Yes, here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Dean Hamilton. John Kennedy.
Yep, I'm here.
Morning. Dave Fragassa.
Morning.
Keith Trammell. And our newest member and alternate, and congratulations for the Columbus area, John Giacca-Giorgio.
Thank you. And I'm here.
Hey, congrats, John.
Thank you.
Okay. What bureau staff do we have present?
Good morning, everybody. This is
Sorry.
Good morning. This is Greg.
Good
Morning, Greg. Good morning, Sally.
Amy's here.
All right. I think I heard Christy
Yes. And Amy is here.
and Amy. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Let's see what operators we have. Anyone from Toledo?
Connie Standing Clear.
Good morning, Connie.
Morning.
What about anyone else from Toledo? What about Cleveland?
Mark Messick.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Anyone else from the Cleveland area? What about Akron Canton? Okay, Zanesville. Okay, Cincinnati. Very quiet, Derek, we heard.
Yeah. Patrick Koo.
Patrick, okay. Good morning. Anyone else from Cincinnati other than Derek and Patrick? How about Dayton? Okay. What about Columbus?
Julie Russell.
Morning, Julie. Anybody else? Okay, any other operators think they may have got missed? Okay. Do we have any other guests?
Good morning, Annette. It's Ethan Gregory with the Ohio Attorney General.
Good morning. Good morning, Ethan. Okay. So we have minutes, and we have I don't know what to do about these minutes. We have a whole bunch of minutes out there. A lot of them are from previous rules meetings we haven't dealt with yet. So if we want to, we can just kind of mass do them, I guess, and go ahead and accept them, up through January for the rules meetings, unless somebody has any concerns or obviously any problem with that.
Madam Chair, sorry to bother you. I couldn't get unmuted. This is Lisa. Let's come in.
Okay. Good morning, Lisa. So Well, how does the committee want to handle these minutes? Then other than that, we will have the minutes from the 19th and the 26th of February. We'll handle those separately. But prior to that, we have a whole bunch of them to from all of our rules meetings that we need to deal with.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Doug.
I think I skimmed over them, and really all these subjects we've dealt with in the recent past. So I think we should batch them together and approve them and be on our way.
Okay, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay, so all the rules meeting minutes prior to or through January.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we also had February 5th as a rules meeting that was also sent.
Oh,
So I think it's February 5th. Is that
Okay.
right, Kelsey Santangelo? Yes, that's right.
okay. So through February 5th.
Well, I'd like to amend my motion to include February 5th.
Okay. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any discussion on it? I know we're kind of doing this a little unorthodox, and a lot of these talks would be about just kind of previous conversations about the rules. Obviously, hopefully you guys look through them. And kind of like Christy said, or somebody said, we dealt with most of these issues later on.
Right.
Or Doug said. So is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll only say that,
Yeah.
and I may have overlooked them, but I tried to read through everything yesterday, and I did not see February 5th, unfortunately, but I did read through, I think I've seen everything through December 29th or something like that. And for the most part, they were pretty, it was just, discussion took place. It just said discussion and what rule was read or talked about.
Okay. February 5th may have came out a little separate from the big bunch. If I remember correctly. Okay. All right, any more discussion on the rules meeting minutes? Okay, committee members all in favor of approving? Aye. Anybody opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Any
agree.
abstentions? You agree? You would?
I oppose too, but
Okay. Okay. Anybody abstain? Okay. Now we have the meeting minutes from February 19th and the 26th. February 19th was our last regular meeting. Were there any motions?
I haven't had a chance to look at them yet.
Okay.
I can't make a motion.
No, I understand. Would anybody like to? Or if folks haven't had a chance, we can table them until the next time, but I don't want us to get behind where we're doing a mass voting again. Okay. I assume then the 26th, anyone have any thoughts on the one from there was a special meeting, it was our last meeting, on the 26th. Okay. I guess we'll table those ones if people must feel need more time to look at them. Okay. Did anyone look at the recommendations?
No,
Oh, okay, you didn't see
I have
those.
not.
Okay, they were not. I didn't find anything. Most of the things that we passed were accepted. So the only thing I'll ask is for a couple updates on them. Well, I will as they're relevant to some of the things we're going to talk about later. So I'll just wait until we get to those. But the recommendations for the most part were accepted. That I saw.
I move to.
We don't need to do we don't need to do anything with that.
Okay, all right.
No, we're good. We just talk about it and bring it up for people to talk about and see if somebody has a comment or question. And I said I have a couple things to ask for updates on, but they're relevant to other issues on the agenda, so we'll just deal with them when we get to them. All right. So that takes us to public comment. I had one request for public. Oh, yes, Christy.
Madam Chair, Christy. So I'm still confused on the minutes. Like, do we post the rules ones? Like, so you guys aren't motioning on them?
Through the 5th. The ones through February 5th, you can post.
So then, okay, so then we send that to all operators, and we can post through the rules meeting.
Yes.
But there was no official vote on accepting them.
Yes, we just did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, through the 5th. We did not do the 19th for the 26th.
Okay, so table the 19th and the 26th.
Yes. Okay. So the public comment, by one request, and I did not hear him on here during roll call, but maybe he joined us, was from Mike Russell. So Mike, are you on here? Okay. Julie, is Mike with you? I want to make sure he's not unmuted or not muted or something. I don't want to miss him.
Mike is not. He's at work.
Okay. Okay. Was there
Madam
any
Chair,
other...
I have a public comment if it's feasible.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Okay. My public comment has to do this morning with the ongoing problem of some of us not getting emails from the Bureau. It has gotten, it's gotten bad. And I think the solution to this problem simply lies in asking for return receipt requested electronically. I know, Ned, you've had some issues with this. I know I have, and I know of a couple of others that have.
Are you finished with your public comment?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt.
That's all right.
I know. I don't get that. This is one thing that I know the Bureau folks are struggling with, and I'm struggling with. But because email usually is pretty reliable. I believe the Bureau is sending it out. I believe that that they are. Somehow though, there's a problem because we hear too many times of people not getting things.
Right.
And I don't know what, I'm by no means an expert on email or anything else that beeps and buzzes and, makes noise and all that stuff, technology wise, but it seems like there is an unusually high amount of people who are not getting things that the program sends out. And I don't know why that would be.
And most notable, Annette, for me, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Was I didn't get the bid announcement for Brian White's location.
Oh, that
so
was,
it blew right by
some time
me.
ago. Right.
I would have bid it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. I know we had several people that you know, I knew of at least 3 people that I know of in different parts of the state. I know that's irrelevant as far as electronic mail goes, but you know, that did not get the rules. And when they went out. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know the program doing return receipt thing. I mean, they'd have like hundreds of those. So I don't know.
Madam Chair, I don't
Madam
think it's going
Chair.
to help.
Yes, John. And then I didn't hear who
Sorry.
the other voice was, but go ahead, John.
It was Greg. I don't think it's going to help with doing a receipt because, first of all, not everyone's going to send back the receipt. So just that in itself is going to make it just a lot of work for people in the Bureau having to, you know, delete all those receipts all the time. So I really don't think it's going to a good solution. But I don't have a better solution though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't either. Greg, did you have?
Yes. Good morning. So there's usually a couple different things that can be happening when we have issues. So number one, obviously, if anybody's changed their email recently, you know, you need to make sure you let your consultant know so that we have the most updated list. So that, and we can go back and double check. So if you found out you've missed something, please let your consultant know so that we can make sure we have the correct email address and that if somebody wasn't left off, but we kind of create, you know, groupings so that we make sure we get everybody. So that's number one. Number two, many times, especially on the VR side, when we were working with our participants and this would happen, and even with our VR providers, sometimes people's security settings and firewalls, especially if it's a large email with a large attachment like a rules package, will put it into their junk email. Or if you've gotten a lot and not open, or if sometimes you don't open a couple, I know certain systems will start automatically moving things quickly. So another option is, if you feel like you're not getting stuff, is checking your settings on your email on your computers to see, and checking your junk mailboxes as well, and see if it's been going there. You know, the confirmation and read receipt, you know, that you know, as John pointed out, there's a lot of emails that would come back, but the other part is a lot of times if somebody doesn't open it, we don't get a read receipt. So if and I'm not sure exactly how the confirmation, there is a delivery receipt. So we can try that and see if we get any bounce backs on the next one, and see from our end if there's somebody or something that we're missing, or if it does bounce back, we can let those operators know that it's something on their end where we have an incorrect address or they've changed their address. So
I'm
we
trying
can
to
try
find a
that.
solution to a problem, Greg.
Yep, he knows.
Mhm.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, and that's what.
Go ahead, Greg. Greg was still.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, so and that's what we can try and find out too, and we can do some things from our end. But I think again, some of it too, and I've had it. With my Microsoft system here at work, I've had people that I get emails from constantly. There's an update and some of the parameters change, and it was going to our junk email, and you know, or if you get a lot of email and I don't always understand why things get changed and don't, and I've had to move things back to make sure they get taken out. So you know, there's a lot of spam filters and stuff now too that are affecting, but we will try some things from our end, and I would encourage you to look at your end too.
Absolutely.
In your junk folders and see if anything's changed. Like if you've had an update to your operating system or your email system, you know, just double check those as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Did anyone have any more with the email?
Oh, Madam Chair, I was just going to say,
Yeah.
I do find a few going to my spam and junk file.
Okay. maybe that's happening. I just don't know. I'm sure there's some reason, out there. So we'll work on that. Did anyone else have any other public comment? All right. So we'll move on. Let's hit the management report highlights. See if there's anything anyone had any questions about or anything. Sally?
Yeah, and this actually isn't in my report, but I do have an update on the new telemeters, the G10 telemeters for the credit card readers. We have successfully installed 9 facilities worth of rest area facilities, and we've got 4 more on the books. So we are making some real progress there, and we'll keep working through that. But other than that, were there any questions about the notes I had? I know a lot of schools are going back full time in the fall, the colleges and universities, so that's exciting. But any questions?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
I think it was Scott got in first.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Question to Sally specifically. You said that you have installed G10s. Has any other of these operators been successful at getting their G10s activated? Because I have contacted USA Tech, and it's been well over a month. They told me when I called the customer service line that they would not take any VJ numbers over the phone at all, that it specifically had to go to the email address. And since I submitted that information over a month ago, I have not heard word one from USA Technology about activating. So none of my G10s are active.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
What I am suggesting as we do this rollout, and Scott, I had Sarah reach out to you, I think yesterday, but I'm suggesting that you forward that email to your consultant, who can then get our sales rep involved. And he's a new sales rep. It's no longer Andrew Cox, but he's then able to help push these through. So we are having success there. But I understand it's frustrating.
Madam Chair, my question. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm one of the facilities that got installed, and for what it's worth, I think the squeaky wheel does get the oil, and I was very, very, very squeaky, because I made sure they got. I put my request in on a Friday. I had them. They were actually installed on Monday, and I had them active the next day on Tuesday. Because I just dug in and kept bothering that John Geiger fella and just hollering at people constantly. I was sending him emails very bad, and they got done. So, but did you have another question, Scott, or?
No, well, yeah, I was just wondering if it would be advantageous to have the Bureau send a collective letter about lack of involvement that USA Tech has had in activating these machines. I mean, individual operators are smaller quantities, but with our collective BE program, I would think that we would have a much higher influence on USA Technology to get them, to get on the ball and actually get this completed.
Could be. John, I know you had.
He basically said what I was going to say, but I've sent emails to the new manager, and he's been totally the opposite with me. Jim and I had a transition that we put in over 2 months ago now, and it still hasn't been done. They claim they're working on it, but it's been 2 months.
That's ridiculous.
And he's not being. It really is, and he's not being very. He's actually being pretty obnoxious about it so far. And I sent him another email yesterday, even. I haven't heard back from him yet.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
And again, that's why I'm asking that you send the VJ numbers to your consultant, who can get our sales rep involved because, I mean, he's going to want the additional sales from us. So he's been pushing these through for consultants anyway.
So I sent the information to him directly. And,
I know.
and he's not,
also,
okay.
I told Jim to send that to Sarah.
Okay, I'll do what I need to do. I mean, it's ludicrous.
It is.
Madam
I know.
Chair, Madam Chair, just a point of interest. Make sure they're not double charged either. I was back in the fall, and they still haven't straightened it out.
I understand. I know.
2 months. Okay.
That's the problem when you get when they don't deactivate the old ones, and you got to worry about getting double charged. So
thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Any other questions about the telemeters or Sally's report?
Madam Chair, could I suggest or ask?
Yes.
I don't know if
Yes,
anybody or if any committee members think we should do this. Is what Sally's proposing, you know, that people get these numbers and send them to their consultants so the consultants can get the sales rep involved. Should we ask program or see if sending out an email to everybody who may have USA Tech so that everybody is informed of what they can do to get this process, hopefully get it expedited at least to some degree?
That would probably be helpful, Sally, because there's just a small handful of us on the call here, and there may be people having problems, and they don't really know that the consultant even could be involved with that because that we have our individual records.
Madam Chair, that's
yes.
fine. I can certainly get something
Okay.
out.
Thank you. All right. Anything else for Sally? All right, Amy?
I don't have any major updates. Does anyone have any questions about my report?
Nope. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, not necessarily about Amy's report, but something came to my attention in the area rules meeting that I have a operator in the Cincinnati area who, when they sent out the seniority list, has like 10 years missing.
Did they tell their consultant?
I haven't had a chance to follow up and talk to that operator yet, but I will. But it was just a point of, you know,
right.
Just making everybody aware of that's out there. That's all.
Yeah, we're cleaning those up. People are supposed to tell their consultant when there's things that's missing or wrong, and so we can get all this stuff cleaned up. Maybe a reminder should go out to folks about that, because I know there's something. I did see something about the end of the month or something. I don't know, but maybe a reminder should go out that I don't know how many responses the program has gotten back on the seniority.
Madam Chair, they've been, we've had quite a few responses, and we have asked consultants to keep reaching out to operators to see if they have any more information.
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else for Amy? Okay. Did we have anything, Christy, any training update or anything from Cynthia that you know of other than her report? Or
yeah, sure. Yeah,
this is Cynthia. I'm sorry.
Cynthia.
I missed I'm sorry, Christy and Annette and OVRC. I missed roll call, but I'm here. And good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Did you
I have nothing to add to my report. I'm sorry it's thin, but it's starting to breathe life. The VPO, we've now opened vaccine to 16 and above starting the 29th, so I should be hopefully soon returning home. But at the same time, we've been working on VE stuff as it comes up, and going to start working with the people who are on the bench on a refresher sessions and trying to figure out what we want to do for starting to make plans for the future.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add a couple things.
Okay.
One, just so you guys know, and remember, you spoke to a potential participant, I think in the Cincinnati area. And again, we have told him the reality. You have, we have, the counselor has. He still is really insistent on wanting to be a BE operator. But I explained that it could be a couple years. It could literally be a couple years before he gets a job. But Cynthia is going to reach out for the informational interviews to some operators to tell them. I just don't want it out there that, you know, again, that the door is wide open and we're bringing in all these people, because that's not true. But we can't close the door either. But we're being extremely transparent in telling people the reality of not knowing what reality is going to be 6 months, 12 months, 18 months down the road. So I wanted to tell you guys that. The other thing I wanted to tell you is I just got notice from National Federation of the Blind, Terry. There is a free webinar next week specifically for the elected committee members. Run Better Meetings with Robert's Rules Made Simple, and it's at 8 p.m. on March 23rd. I have sent that to OVRC only, and I did a delivery receipt. So I only mention this because I do want you guys after this meeting today to tell me if you didn't get it. But also, it might be something, again, it's a free webinar. It might be something that you guys are interested in. I think there's going to be obviously other elected committee member, people from other states on that call. So that is something that might be very much of interest to a lot of you.
Thanks, Christy. I think, Chris, I'm glad Christy sent it out. I think I sent it to you guys. I think I did. Maybe I didn't.
Madam Chair, you did.
Okay.
Somebody sent, I've either seen it from you or I've seen it from Terry, because I actually don't know exactly how a webinar is going to work or how I'm going to deal with it, but I signed up for it. I figured it would be interesting. It never hurts to learn something new or get a refresher course or whatever.
Absolutely. And I know we are very liberal with Robert's rules in our meeting. So we'll see how it goes. I also had signed up for it, and I'm, I don't know. You said interesting. That might be pushing it for a webinar on Robert's rules, but it might be. It may give us some information.
There you go.
Yep. So, okay. Thanks, Christy. Any other questions about management reports? All right. I have the budget on here. I know we wanted to put BE budget on each meeting so that we could kind of take a hand and know what's going on with the budget, any plans for expenditures, anything that might be happening, or give people questions to or an opportunity to ask questions. So would anyone like to bring up anything on the budget report? Okay. All right. So then that moves into the real fun, wonderful topic of insurance. Christy, I know I saw a thing that where you asked several other states what they do with the insurance. Did you send that to everybody?
I did not. I just sent it to you and Tom.
Okay.
It's not that long. I can go over it.
No, yeah, it was pretty cut and dry, really.
Yeah, and that's all I received back. It's not, I pretty exhausted. Alabama, Alaska, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Maine, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Tennessee. And the majority of them, the operators obtain and maintain their insurance. But I'm curious to know if any of you guys reached out to try to find through your insurance carriers whether you could be covered for liability.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
I actually did, and at first he said that he could do it. It was going to cost over $1,000, but then a couple weeks later, we talked some more, and he was able to do it actually through Chubb and get the same rate we had, and just have the policy transfer to my name instead of through the program.
Oh,
and
okay.
And it would get the same rate. Yeah, so he said he could actually transfer the same policy we have at the same rate.
Okay. Did anyone else look into it too? I did not. I was supposed to, and I didn't. Okay. So I guess we got to figure out what we're going to do about this insurance. When new policy begins, what, Christy? July 1st?
Madam Chair, yes, it does, July 1st. For the majority of the operators, there's some operators that are on a different schedule, but for the majority of operators, it's July 1st.
Okay. Okay. It's March, so we got to figure something out, because at some point, especially if there is a change, that's all got to be worked out.
Is there any way that we can have some OVRC members reach out to their insurance and ask the exact same thing that John did, whether or not, and again, we've researched this too, and we heard and we looked at back notes, and I know that there is a history, but right now, we're not named on the policies, the Bureau. So it's not even changing the name. Your name, John, is on your policy. Our name is nowhere on the policy other than we're the billing address. All we do is pay for it.
I don't know what to do about this. I feel the Bureau's concerns. I get the problems you're having with it. It does seem very unmanageable, but I just worry that we'll be switching one set of problems for another. I'm really worried about that. I'm worried we'll have operators who are uninsurable. I'm worried that the rates could be really high. I don't know. And I know.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
How come, maybe I missed something, but what happened recently that made it so unmanageable? It's been managed for all these years.
I'll let Christy explain that to you, because when she tried to tell me what the problem is, it gave me a headache. It was very cumbersome. But Christy, you want to kind of update on why the program wants to make the change and the problems you guys are having with it?
Yeah, procuring insurance has never been easy, ever. And when we started this, we had Hartford, and they would send stuff to you guys instead of us, and we had operators cancel it. So then we switched to Chubb, and we were told that Chubb, which had a local office, it would be much easier. And it's not. It's not easy at all, because what happens is that the bills go to Pittsburgh to a billing fulfillment. It's not even the insurance. We've got to work with Ohio Shared Services. We have to pay for these. You have these remit slips. I mean, it's crazy. So what happens is that they've canceled a lot of our policies because they haven't applied them correctly, or because they're not there on time. We can't. And it's nothing that when we get the bill, which they use snail mail, not email, then we turn around and we have a processing process with Ohio Shared Services. And we're paying actually for Ohio Shared Services to pay the bill too. They have to send the check back to us. Then we have to get the remit slips. They said to us yesterday, it would be easy for you guys just to have one check for each remit slip. Well, that's not possible, because the system, the state system, they bulk it. They have they do the whole thing. But the thing is, it is very, very difficult. But we need to know what you guys, and again, we've discussed this, and it is going to be coming out of unassigned income going forward. You know, Annette checked with Terry. We have found out that, you know, it cannot come from service charge or match dollars, period. Not an allowable expense for that. So we're at the point right now where, again, we're going to have to get a new broker. I don't know about Chubb, and again, I'm not happy with how it's working with Chubb. We're going to have to make a decision probably in the next couple of weeks.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Tom.
State something. I want to make the statement not directly to the Bureau, but to the committee as a whole and to any operators who may be listening. And I don't want this to be taken by the Bureau as a response to the program manager statement or anything. I just want to put it out there is my point of view. It sounds like it's difficult. We don't want to do it. That's the same reason we want to get out of the inventory business. It's difficult and we don't want to do it. Well, if it's difficult and you don't want to do it, that's going to make it more difficult for me. I left my house at 4:30 this morning to go do my job. I don't need more tasks. I don't need more difficulty in my life. And it sounds like what we do when we realize something is difficult, we say let the operators deal with it. And I just don't know that that's a good enough reason. Somehow this has been dealt with all these years. Somehow we've found a way to handle these policies for a considerable amount of time. And again, that is not a response to the program manager. I don't want to start a back and forth, and I don't want it to become personal, but it's a statement as an operator in the program that we continue to be charged the same amount for service charge, yet we're continuously told things are getting too difficult, you're going to have to handle them on your own. As far as unassigned income goes, it's either coming out of unassigned income or it's coming out of my pocket, so I don't really care either way it goes. It doesn't matter to me that it comes out of unassigned income. And Madam Chair, with that, I'll yield the floor back.
Thanks, Tom.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
Is there any way, you know, all of this changed back in 2014 or 2015 when DAS said it had to be in each individual operator's name, and before that, for many years, the program had a blanket certificate or coverage some way, somehow, where it wasn't so draconian for the program to manage. And I don't know if the same people that were running DAS are running it today, but I was just wondering if it would be worth a conversation, but unless they've already had that conversation between our program management and DAS to explain to them what the heck's going on here, why we need to try and, at least from the program standpoint, put it back the other way. But as far as the other side of it, you know, I'm in agreement with Tom, you know, that I think we're going to put, and you, that we could put operators in somewhat really tenuous situations to where it could be hard to manage, or if somebody has had some, you know, big insurance claims in their past recently where they may not be able to get anywhere near close to the rate the program is able to get right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Greg, and then Christy, and then I'll see. Go ahead, Greg.
So, you know, and words matter, and how things are described. By saying it's difficult, please listen to me. It doesn't mean that it's because it makes us have to do more or we don't like doing it is why we're changing it. When we say difficult, the process and how things are set up makes it difficult to ensure that the insurance coverage doesn't lapse. You know, we switched when and again, we can say it was working, but we were jumping through hoops and hurdles to get it done with Hartford. When we had to switch to Chubb, it got even worse. And it's a continuous now problem where every time there's a billing cycle, we have this issue and we have small lapses in coverage. So this isn't about us not wanting to do it. It's about us seeing is there other options or ways to do it. And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like that. And you kind of do the balance sheet on each side, pros and cons. So, you know, we've talked to DAS. We can try and we'll work with another broker to find somebody that, can hopefully work with us. But, we were trying to figure out a way, and we brought it up to the group to try and work on it. But this isn't about us trying to unload work on anybody or that we don't like doing it. It's about trying to make sure that we're not having issues where we're trying to, there's a lot of, not quirks in it, but, it's individual policies for each of you, but they're all billed to us. And so it creates a lot of hurdles, and it's gotten progressively worse over the last couple of years. But we will keep at it on our side. Again, we wanted to broach it with you guys to see where everybody was at and what we wanted to do, because it is an issue that's been going on. So I will yield the floor at this point.
Thanks, Greg.
Madam Chair, may I?
I know Christy was trying to say something more. I don't know if she had something to add to what Greg was saying, or.
No, not at this time.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Madam Chair, I just want to put a little bit finer of a point on this. I had a discussion a couple of years ago with my accountant who asked about coverage for the vending equipment, coverage for my vehicle, coverage for my storage spaces, and I told him I gave him a copy of the Bureau's policy, and he suggested that I get a little bit more protection. So I contacted State Farm, who I deal with all my life insurance, my mortgage, everything is through State Farm. And I tried to explain to them that I was looking for some protection if some idiot out there knocks a vending machine on themselves and they die, and I don't want to be sued for everything I own. And they said, let me understand, you want us to insure equipment that you don't own at an Ohio rest area? And I said, well, I operate the equipment. And it's difficult to even explain to an insurance agent why they should give you a policy for this equipment, how you operate equipment that you don't own on federal property. And so when I tell the Bureau that this is a complication I don't need in my life, I don't mean that I don't want to have to send out another bill. I mean, I can't even make somebody understand why I need this insurance, let alone get this insurance.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Larry.
What happened with, we were talking about last meeting or the one before, where we would receive the bill directly and pay for it, and then somehow get, I don't know, reimbursed might be the wrong word, but the Bureau we'd invoice the Bureau somehow.
Yes, I was going to bring that up.
I know we would have to step up and do something about it, but it would just make things go smoothly.
I think something could work out with that. That's where I was going to go. I know we did talk about the financial burden of the operators and alleviating that, and the Bureau seemed open to that. That we would, do something similar. We would work on a benefit payment or something like that to make the operators whole with it. But can it be as simple as what Larry said and what we just talked about, Christy, where because of the hoops the Bureau has to go through, go ahead and have the operators pay for it, and then the program just pay us back? Would that simplify things, or is there another problem we're missing?
Madam Chair, that could possibly work. That we would have Chubb send the bill directly to you guys, then you pay it. We would have to have confirmation it's been paid, and then it could be reimbursed. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I just clarify my earlier statements?
Yes.
My objection isn't, thank you, Madam Chair. My objection isn't having to pay the bill. My objection is trying to obtain the policy. I don't mind if you guys just send me the bill, you negotiate the coverage with Chubb or whoever you're getting for it to provide the coverage. My argument isn't we shouldn't have to pay for it. My argument is just I can't find it. I can't get it. So even if this is a stumbling block, Larry's suggestion does solve the problem. Even if you guys can't reimburse us, can you still continue to negotiate the coverage and just have us billed individually?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
This is Amy. we could reach out to Chubb to see if that's a possibility. Like, we still work with the broker to obtain it, but instead of the bills coming to us, they would just come to the operator. And see if that would work. I can't say 100% yes or no, but we can definitely ask about it.
Okay.
I think I just want to clarify that a lot of this stuff with payments, honestly, if like we had the checkbook and we could write an individual check for each payment and go to Chubb in a timely manner, like we would 100% do that. But a lot of stuff just isn't in-house. Like Christy had said, it goes to shared services and they're on their own timeline. And they batch checks because it costs them and us money per check. So it's not that we aren't trying to get things done. It's just a lot of things are out of our hands that we can't control.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Madam Chair, to follow up, it's not in-house with us, and it's not in-house with the insurance company. So you've got that added issue as well. But yeah, well, let us take this back and do one of two things. Work with finance, work with the new broker, see if it's either possible to have it directly billed to operators, or maybe there's another option and we can try what we've been doing, maybe with another insurance company or some sort of way. Maybe a broker can have better handle of this and try what we've been doing to continue that for another year, but maybe find a method that's, you know, more seamless, that doesn't risk lapse in coverage.
Okay. Greg, did you have something to add?
No, that wasn't me. I think it was somebody else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Larry,
I thought it, okay, Larry. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was Greg.
Oh, no, I'm okay. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I would like to do as John D. did and check with my insurance company as to the viability of this, but I find myself wondering, and I don't know exactly what am I telling them I want insurance for? What am I insuring? My inventory?
You can, but that emphasizes the point right there. But go ahead, John.
It does emphasize the point. I used to sell insurance, so I understand.
Just the trash can out there doesn't need to be a.
Hey, Derek.
One more Alan Kingfish.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So I think this is really the best solution we have. But what I was going to say to Doug is, what I did was I gave my broker the policy and said, this is what we have, this is what we need, this is what we're paying for it. Can you match it? And you know, it took him a while because at first he couldn't do it, and then he was able to go through a third party and go through Chubb. So the solution that Larry suggested is probably the best solution, as long as we can get all the operators on board to be willing to deal with it and pay it and not cancel it.
Well, I mean, you know, right now I have no business at all. So, you know, I don't have the revenue to make an insurance payment on June or July 30th or whenever the end date is. So, you know, I don't know how this is going to work.
Well, that's the other thing we'll work out, and Bureau's folks speak up if I'm speaking out of turn here, but getting operators to pay it, but getting operators reimbursed so that it is not an extra burden to our folks.
Right.
That I think the Bureau has at least thus far agreed to do that. Now we probably need to talk about the mechanism for that to happen if we go down this road, but Christy, you guys are still good with that, right?
Right, but I'm just thinking about, not for myself, but many operators don't have the front money.
No, that's absolutely correct. Well, the front money may be a problem, but or maybe we could pay out for beforehand. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm just posing.
I don't know how that would work. I would assume
right.
because what we're going to have to do is increase or re-talk about our benefit money, because that's money. Benefit money is what is allowable to be paid out.
Right.
So it's not necessarily a tit for tat kind of thing. It's we're going to increase the benefit money, but then operators would have to pay their own insurance. So that's the type of situation we got to work out the logistics for, and the mechanics and all that.
So we're working on a potential solution to this right now.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I don't need to go to my insurance company and do research into this.
You can ask about it, and that's like I started to say, that's the emphasis of the problem, Christy and Gray and stuff. Operators, I don't think, understand what they need to have insured for folks to go and try and find their own and stuff.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think that emphasizes it quite a bit. So, yeah, Christy brought a couple solutions to try and go back and ask about things. Her and Amy did, to check and see if there's another broker or if there's a means to everybody to pay, and then get reimbursed or figure something out with that. So I think we're good at the moment. Christy, you guys are still on board though with paying back operators and stuff if we go that route, correct?
Yeah, so you're saying if the operators pay for it, giving them money. If we take it out of the unassigned income, replenishing the unassigned income for the benefit check.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. All right. Did anyone have anything else with the insurance?
I want, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just wondering how much is the premium for one operator, or does that depend on the size of the location?
It's right around 600. Yeah, Amy, go ahead. You be able to answer it better.
An average vending facility is around like $485, and that varies. And then when you get into like the snack bar cafeteria, that is anywhere between like 700 to 1,000. And when I say 1,000, that's like Lenny and I think the Rhodes cafeteria, like the bigger places that have a little bit more risk.
Right. Well, I imagine my micro market's going to be a little bit stronger. It is as far as
probably, but yeah, we're going to work this out. I think.
Yeah. Okay.
They're going to get this out.
Trying to get clear.
Yeah, the financial burden part of it, I think, is the least difficult to work out. As long as we're all on the same page, and operators won't be financially harmed. Because yeah, we have a lot of businesses right now that could not maintain another bill.
Right.
At $500 plus. So that part we're going to get worked out. It's the logistics of getting there, I think, is the harder problem. And Christy had a couple ideas to go back and check on and stuff.
Okay.
So I think we're good.
All right. Thanks for the clarity on that.
Anything else with insurance? Any other questions or? Okay. I'm going to jump right to the university. We'll get to the appropriation things here in a minute, but the universities, I think we can knock out. Has there been any updates on any other? We have a couple universities we've agreed to go to hearings on. We have some letters out there requesting beverage service. So do we have any updates on any of those?
Madam Chair,
yeah.
I can give you some updates on some stuff.
Okay.
Akron University, we did a public information request from them. Their pouring rights agreement with Coke is up in 2022. However, we found that ABI is suing them So we've now gone back and we've asked for their agreement with ABI. We've not yet received it. That was a request, I think, like 2 days ago. We've also followed up with them. I have and said, listen, we sent you a letter back in February. We've not heard from you. And you said that, you know, you brought this to your legal counsel. So please let me know at your earliest convenience when we can sit down and meet. So that's Akron. University of Cincinnati, Matt Lampke, again, we sent them another letter. They were radio silent. We've upped that to legal counsel to legal counsel. So he's going to follow up and contact them. University of Toledo, there's going to be a 3-panel hearing on the suitability of the coffee shop. Cleveland State University, again, we've had a meeting regarding the snacks that we're taking over July 1. We have asked and requested public information requests for their pouring rights and their agreement. We've not heard back from them. Legal is going to follow up with them. We put in the request in February. So, and again, you know, public information requests vary on how long it takes an entity depending on what's going on, but we're on it and we're going to follow up. I think we already have followed up on asking for their public information requests on that. Greg and Sally, I might have left something out, but I don't think I did.
I know those were the four big ones. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think, Christy, I think you covered it. I'm not seeing anything in my notes.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions? Yes, John.
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead, John.
No.
Okay. I was under the understanding that OU is also using AVI to do their POP. Has the Bureau done anything to look into that at all yet?
Madam Chair, we've not looked into OU right now, no. Again, I think at this point, I mean, we can, but we were focusing on CSU, Akron, and UC.
I thought we did the POP. I guess I'm just goofy because I thought we did the POP at Ohio University.
So OU, we have half the campus. We have, we do POP and snack on half, and AVI does POP and snack on the other half.
Okay. That makes more sense to
Madam
me
Chair.
because I always wondered why that one wasn't more lucrative than it was. Okay. Yes, Greg. And then I know Frank.
So as we had discussed either last time, what we are compiling is a list for all the colleges and universities in Ohio and getting the contracts and the dates of when their pouring rights agreements are up. And as we had kind of talked about and felt was the best avenue is once we have that list, we kind of date order them so that, you know, that's kind of how we can go about going down through the list and deciding who's next up that we want to talk with. So we're in the process of getting that taken care of so that we can, well, kind of have you know, an idea of how many and when we want to start engaging them.
Okay. Frank?
Yeah, my question was, has there been a date set for this 3-panel hearing? I was just wondering, that's all.
Excellent question. No, there is not. And again, this 3-panel works a little bit different than the RSA 3-panel. So, and this is new to me and new to, this is going to be, you know, this is the state. So there's not been a date for that set yet.
Okay. From what I understand, though, everybody is anxious to get it done. So maybe it won't take, you know, 10 years to they do it. So
correct.
Okay.
We are. Yeah.
All right. Any other university related Okay.
Madam Chair,
Well,
I will ask if anybody with the program has any indication what the University of Cincinnati plans to do for their fall semester, if they plan on going back to in-person classes, or what their plans are, or have they told anybody yet?
So, Madam Chair, not to my knowledge officially, but we are we're monitoring all colleges and universities. I know OSU said, I think 75%. Ohio State's doing in-person commencement for the spring quarter. You know, we're optimistic that the colleges and universities are going to be close to back to normal. Sally has the UC information, so I'll shut up and let her talk.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
Frank, yes. So we did get some information from UC. They are expecting the housing occupancy to be comparable to like a pre-COVID year, so right back where it should be. As for campus foot traffic and retail activity, I do have some information that I can send you that's from the president, but they are pleased to announce that the current plan is to launch the year with increased on-campus in-person activity, and it should continue to grow throughout the year. But yes, I will forward this on to you, Frank. It's the UC operators have already received it, but I'll share it with you as well.
That's fine.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, could I just make one other statement not related? Well, it's related to universities, and that is this:
Absolutely.
as we deal with these colleges and universities, and I'm sure the program is doing it, so I'm just stating the obvious that, you know, these colleges that have pouring rights agreements in place, that, you know, if our program goes in and gets the beverage service, we will follow their pouring rights agreement. You know, that's one of the things we have said all along, that whatever the pouring rights agreement is, we'll live with, because there should be, you know, enough money there to justify doing it, and it doesn't cost the colleges get to keep the money they're getting from Pepsi or Coke or whomever they're getting paid by for scoreboards or whatever else it is.
Absolutely. And it helps the program too, because it gives the, you know, obviously the pop companies the incentive to provide the branded machines, which they typically do anyway. But, you know, I know when they do those pouring rights agreements, they like to have their big, you know, real flashy machines as part of it too. So, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I'm curious. How are we dealing with the idea that operators, and I hate to drop names, but there have been one or two operators in the Cincinnati area that have resigned their locations, and now those locations look like they're going to come back online. How are we looking at that, dealing with that?
We'll probably put them out for bid if they're not, you know, if they're vacant.
Okay.
When the time
I just wonder if there was any case to be made for those operators that left to reinstate themselves.
They could bid on them. I don't know any other way around that.
I understood. I understand.
Yep.
Good.
Okay. Next is this appropriation, federal appropriations from the federal government. We do have, I won't go so far as to call them guidelines. The RSA has finally put out what they're calling FAQs on who could be eligible and what could be paid for this money, this little over $1 million that our state's going to get. So we have a little better idea how to handle it, but there's still a lot of questions that all of us as a group are going to have to deal with and get answered. First off, I guess I'll ask Christy, where are we with determining losses?
Amy's been collecting that information, and we don't have as much as we would like, and we also have some questions. So, Amy, I don't know if you want to fill that in.
Yep, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a list of all of the lost, like, net income from the year from everyone's MOR, but I do have some questions regarding, like, I just want to make sure that this is how you want me to calculate it. So, for instance, like 834, which is operated by Jim Debus, was a combination of a bunch of sites that happened towards the end of 2019. So to calculate his 2019 sales, is it okay for me to just combine all those sites and add them up as a total?
Oh. Well, I would think so, because that would be what the facility would have, you know, a thought of what the facility would have made. But does someone else have the? Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to, like, make my own assumptions and
Right,
do things
right.
without.
I understand. No, that's good. Okay.
And then other things, we have some facilities that weren't open in 2019, but we have numbers like either like right before COVID hit that we could average out for a total, or we can take what was on the posting to do their comparison.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know
Madam
what to do
Chair?
about that. Yes, John.
Sorry, but when the government is doing things like that for like the PPP loans and such, they're taking numbers and just averaging them out, and it's probably the easiest way to do that.
Okay. And then the bigger question is, like, for transitions that have happened during 2020, how to approach that part of it. Because there are going to be differences between facility, and you have people who have resigned or retired.
Well, I know this is all the type of stuff we got to get into and figure out. I hate to say this because I don't personally necessarily agree with it, but the way I've been told and with what the FAQ says and stuff, that people have to be in a facility to get this stuff, to get any share of this. I don't know how we handle folks who've retired. A lot of folks retired because of the losses they sustained from the pandemic, but
and Madam Chair, I think we have a couple of different situations too. Like, we have a few operators who retired and who aren't in facilities, and the facilities are still open. Nothing actually, like, I know everything is closed from the pandemic, but nothing is like closed and not reopening for those operators. But I did, with that FAQ from RSA, I question Judy Cook's facility because her snack bar is permanently closed, like it will never reopen.
Right.
So that's one I had a question on, like, since her facility did close and is not coming back to what it was, is that a different situation?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We should probably
but I
do a list of these questions. Maybe we handle the big picture stuff, how we're going to handle the overall thing, and then we plug in these questions and see what happens with them. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, and
yeah.
And I have kind of a rough total for loss of net profit, and it's over $2 million.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
And then we have a small list of operators who have shared their product loss.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank.
did I understand correctly? Like, if an operator resigned in July or August, then they are not eligible for this for money from this appropriations, or did I understand that correctly?
From what I was told, and like I said, I don't understand it, and I don't agree with it, but from what I was told, if you left, you're not eligible.
Oh, that's really disturbing.
It is. I don't.
In many ways.
Yeah.
I have a follow up too, just another scenario about. So, and I'm just going to give we had an operator who went from, in 2020, went from a post office to a rest area. And then I guess his question to me about that was, are they just going to look at what the rest area sales were the prior year before he was there? Or are they going to look at and that's what I think me and a few other people said, well, that's probably more than likely what they're going to do. But
that I believe is what we're going to have to do with stuff like that. We're going to have to look at the facilities that, if somebody transitioned into a facility, then in theory they would have made, if there weren't for the pandemic, they would have made, what the facility would have done the year before. So, obviously this is all hypotheticals and no exact science here, but
right. Well, and that gets really complicated because the year before the rest area was two different facilities.
Yeah, that's it. It is. There's a lot of messiness with this. It's not going to be the cleanest, neatest thing that we could do. It would be so nice if we could just take the money, divide it up, and say, here, everybody get yours, and go on your way. But that's not how the law's written, and it's in a lot of ways not the fairest way to do it either. That would be the easiest, less complicated way, but it's probably not the fairest way to do it either. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Jeff.
Can the rest of us get copies of the FAQs?
Oh, yeah, I thought, John, I thought I forwarded them to everybody, but I may have missed you. And if I did, I apologize.
You did it with some stuff, but I didn't get that.
Yeah, okay. I thought I did, but I
Madam
may have
Chair?
forgot to put you on my list then. Yes, Larry.
Thanks.
I don't think I got them either.
Okay, maybe I didn't send that. I thought when I got the thing that... Christy, can you shoot that out to everybody, the link to those FAQs?
Madam Chair, send everyone the FAQs?
Yeah, the committee at least, the link to that. Yeah. Okay. You can do it a lot quicker than I'd be able to. I know people can't read
Madam Chair.
necessarily right now, but yes.
Sorry, I thought you paused and I tried to jump in like Sally, a quick draw there. Hey, I would also suggest, I don't know if everybody saw it, but do you remember, I think it was in February when RSA sent out the checklist basically on, because we have to come up with our plan that gets approved by RSA. And there was that 3-page list of the things that we have to, do. Should we, I don't know if everybody's seen that either. Should we just go ahead and send both?
Resend that too. Absolutely. Okay. Resend that too.
Because yeah, those two documents are kind of what's going to guide how this goes, I believe.
You know what I'm wondering? If we should put a work group together, because there's going to be a lot of little questions, a lot of these idiosyncrasies that come up. I'm thinking we should maybe put a work group together and obviously bring anything then back to the committee. But maybe at least we can work through these documents and if we have to, you know, kind of plug and play each operator and look through that. What's everybody think of that?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, because I don't know, some of these little odds and ends instances, to try and do them all during an OVRC meeting may be cumbersome. But
well.
maybe we could put together a work group and do work out some of this stuff, and then bring an actual plan back to the committee for discussion. And
I wouldn't know where to start. I want to participate, but where do we start?
yeah, I know, that's it is. It's kind of like, what do we do?
What documents?
Yep. Yeah,
Madam
I know.
Chair.
Yes, Amy.
I can send, I don't know who's going to be on the work group, but I can kind of send a list of where I have questions of just looking at the net profit by itself.
Okay. That would be good.
helpful.
Yeah.
Point for the little things, and then big picture wise, like if we have a number for every single person, and this may not be anywhere near where you or how the committee wants to proceed with this, but like looking at it like mathematically, in my mind, I would take everyone's total as a percentage of that like 2 million net profit number that we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then use that percentage to multiply by what we are getting, like that 1 million, to see what everyone would get in that amount.
Okay.
So like I said, that may not be
it's a start. Yeah.
anywhere
it's
near where you want to go.
Right. But it's a start. It's something to put out there for discussion, because, you know, I don't have any better starting place. Someone else
Madam
may.
Chair?
Yes, John.
So our losses so far about 2 million, but we're getting 11 million. So we've already more than covered our.
No, we're getting 1 million.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I wish we were getting 11 million. We would be. As soon as they said the virus was done, we would have a big bash. I mean, we'd be doing all kinds of cool stuff with 11 million.
I'm turning red now, so.
That's okay, John.
Madam Chair, John was trying to increase our appropriation. You know.
There we go.
Yeah. Exactly.
Madam Chair, for that.
Well, if Little Ohio gets 11 million out of the total 20, then we should definitely reelect all of our representation in Congress. All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Scott.
Okay, we talked about the possibility of establishing a work group. Another subcategory of that should be working on each one of our individual operator districts, have the rep and the alternate go through our operators for our specific districts, and then bring that information to the work group, so that the work group isn't bombarded with all essentially 80 facilities or 80 operators.
That's a good idea, especially when we get to that point. I think initially the work group's just kind of got to figure out where we're even going to start, and how we're going to figure out what everybody is owed, and then we go through each facility, especially those odd ones that the transitions and the large changes. Those are going to be definitely the things that are going to need to be done on an individual basis. So you're right, Scott. That's
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Sorry. It would also be helpful for the rep and the alternate to know what to ask the people by having the work group figure it out first.
Yes, that's what I said. I think the work group has to meet first to figure out what we need from each individual facility. So exactly. So we'll work on putting this work group together.
And Madam Chair,
I'm about to send the email, the FAQs, the assurances. And again, I want everyone to please read those assurances, because we have to create a plan that we submit to RSA, and we have to address, you know, they talk, and the big part of this money is ensuring that we're not paying money to people that have already had opportunities to offset losses, such as like unemployment. And again, we're going to have to ensure that people are well aware of that.
Yeah, well, there's two ways with that, though. There's several thoughts with the unemployment. Obviously, it does say that wasn't compensated through another means. But then RSA in their FAQs basically told each state to look at that on their own, and then it definitively answer whether unemployment was counted as that. One of the things some people have thrown out there as a good compromise to that, because basically RSA just left everybody flailing with the unemployment and the PPP. So most people seem to feel that PPP should not be counted because it is not a compensation for losses. It's basically a grant, a means to help keep businesses going. That's just the general thoughts out there. Unemployment has been all over the place. Some people think it should be counted 100%. Some people think it shouldn't be counted against people at all. It's all over the place. One good compromise some folks came up with is the $10,200, I think, amount that the federal government has stated is not taxable, but that's kind of going to be used as a, as a starting point. So some folks were suggesting that we count everything above the $10,200 in unemployment that operators got. So it's all over what people's thoughts are on that. So that's one of the questions the work group's going to have to deal with.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Question to the Bureau of how were operators contacted about their product losses, because I've been waiting for my consultant to contact me to ask for my specific number, and I haven't heard anything. And I don't know if it's a possibility that maybe I didn't receive an email that went out, as we talked about earlier. And I know that there have been some operators that have refused to give a product loss statistic, and we need to talk about that as well.
Well, I know there was an email. Go ahead, John.
There's some Columbus people that didn't get a call either, because I talked to most of the Columbus operators, and I was informed that some of them were not asked at all on that.
Yeah, I think what happened. Go ahead. Sorry,
really quick. My opinion: if they don't want to give the information, that's on them. Because if we can't have any information for them, that's their problem.
Yeah,
I agree.
There is a lack of understanding, I think. Why? I mean, because there's no other explanation for it why operators would refuse to give out that information when it's to their own benefit. They obviously believe there's some other thing behind the request. Yes, something else is going on there. I don't know why some would refuse to give that information out and have that problem, unless they just don't understand why the ask is coming. I know a general email went out, but those, if people don't understand what it's about, they don't get it. I know some consultants have been very good at calling. Others obviously doesn't sound like they have. So
I got a call from my consultant.
I did as well. So
yeah.
But it sounds like some are better than others.
I had a discussion with Sally about who wasn't calling, basically.
Okay.
A couple of days ago.
So maybe kind of a reiteration for Christy or Greg or somebody, a gentle, or Sally, a gentle reminder to the consultants to follow up.
Madam Chair, we'll definitely do that. I do know the two that John are talking about have both been out in the field all week, but I will remind them.
Okay. All right. So I'll put
It seems to me a lot of the operators are going to need the same. I know I am going to need this information to file my taxes this year. So, Patty and I are actively working on compiling that information.
Okay. Just as you mentioned taxes, this is just as a side note. I believe the tax deadline's been pushed up for the federal taxes till May. So
yeah, May 17th, I think.
Okay, so
yeah,
but I don't know if the state has done that. Just as a
no.
So just as a friendly reminder, the state as of now still due in April. So okay. Yeah, we'll put that work group together. We'll have something done for the next meeting, and maybe even before. There may be a special meeting, because the longer it takes us to put this together, the longer it's going to take us to get the money and get it into the hands of our operators. So we do have some motivation to get moving on it.
Right.
And
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just
Yeah.
want to remind everyone, for product inventory, we also sent an email out last April too, saying, please keep track of your stuff. So, and I think everyone we've talked to, I believe people have kept track of it, or, have some sort of record of it.
Sure.
Yep.
I do.
Okay. Anything else with that? Any other questions or thoughts with that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Larry.
Should we start a work program or a work group right away?
Yes, we're going to start it right away. Yeah. I'm just giving it some thought of who to who to put on that group.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just for the work group to take into consideration, I guess, I believe it was in the FAQ sheet. I've read so many things dealing with all this that I can't remember where I saw the information. But there was some very specific language about what unemployment and what the PPP loans and all of those things were to offset. And there's also some very specific language about what this money is to offset. And I know that there was some discussion about actual lost sales, but the lost inventory is a separate discussion. Even if people collected unemployment, unemployment is to help you with your wages. It does nothing for your inventory. So under according to the FAQ, the federal money that the state is receiving can be used to offset that inventory stuff. So the work group should have a discussion about both of those avenues. And even if a person doesn't qualify because they received unemployment for the loss of income payment, they should still qualify for a loss of inventory payment. Right.
That's exactly right. And I think that's the kind of reason why the federal government they just punted. I mean, they just said, we're not dealing with that question. We're going to leave it up to the states and the SLAs and the elected committees to hash that out. The law actually says not compensated by other means. Loss is not compensated by other means, but you're right. What does that really mean? And RSA did not give an answer on that. They said that's up for the group to decide what that means. So,
well, Madam Chair, in one respect, they did say that unemployment is not compensation for lost product. It's compensation
it is not,
for lost income.
That's true. That's absolutely
true. Whoever's going to be sitting on the selection panel, I just wanted to make sure that they understood there is a distinction between the two.
Yep. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I think it also should be noted that unemployment is not a dollar for dollar matchup there. You don't get $1 of unemployment for every lost dollar you have.
No, you don't.
Right.
They have some horrible complicated formula that
Right.
I don't know who would ever understand, but
Right.
but so we don't.
But-
That's a lot of stuff we got to figure out. You're right.
Right. But if we're as a committee supposed to engage in this, I think we should take into consideration that unemployment is just a percentage of what we would normally make.
Right. And that would be
100%
if
the
everyone
number.
decides, if the work group brings back and the committee decides that unemployment is to be used as a determinant for, a part of compensation, then it would definitely, the amount of unemployment that people actually received would be, would be considered, I would imagine.
Right.
Yeah.
But it can't be considered dollar for dollar is what I'm saying. I mean, it can't be 100%.
Right.
If you've got $100 a month in unemployment, just to make the numbers simple, that doesn't represent anything that looks like we make in the real world.
No, what I'm saying is we would take it's just on net proceeds, just net proceeds, so not the inventory and all that. What Tom brought up. If an operator had $20,000 in losses and only collected $10,000 in unemployment, then they would still have another $20,000 loss. In the most simplest terms, if we even use the unemployment. So we don't know that yet. That's still to be determined. So,
right.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just so confused about all this.
It is. There's a lot to wade through.
Right.
So.
Madam Chair, I actually think the law is clear on that because it says if it's been compensated by other means, if somebody received unemployment to cover a portion of their income, they shouldn't be able to cover that same portion with these federal dollars.
Madam Chair. Hello?
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 I think
we lost her.
I think Madam Chair got disconnected.
Yeah, I think that got disconnected.
She bailed.
I guess I'll take over for the moment. Was there anybody else who had anything on that subject?
No.
I think you did, Tom. Or you were going to say
I
something.
did, but I don't want to take the opportunity to run my mouth. I'll wait till she gets back and get her permission. Unfortunately, I didn't have her and I didn't coordinate on an agenda, so I don't know what the next topic is supposed to be. Which is very unprofessional.
Tom, this is Kelsey speaking. I have the agenda in front of me. The next topic is program growth.
Okay.
Okay, well, if nobody has anything else on that subject, I guess I'll just make a statement, and that is that whoever's going to be a part of that work group, I would like to see us have a Bureau staff member as a representative, just so we come out of those work group sessions with a workable, I guess, set of tools that everyone has agreed to. And with that, I'll move on to, as Kelsey said, the next agenda topic, program growth. Christy, did you have something on that, or was that something that the chair was going to address, or?
I almost called you Madam Vice Chair.
It's not the worst thing I've ever been called.
That was Annette. I didn't have that on the agenda.
Okay. Was there anybody who had spoken to Annette to get that on the agenda? Was there some specific discussion around that topic? I'm a failure as a vice chair because I am completely uninformed.
I was going to say, Mr. Chair.
I don't know what she means by that either. I'm trying to remember in past meetings, have we talked about other kinds of businesses that we can get involved in? It seems to me I remember one discussion in a meeting a while back. You don't remember anything like that, Tom?
Well,
we've
yeah,
talked
I
about,
think program. Go ahead, John.
sorry, Tom. I was going to say, we've talked about having to go think out of the box and do things a little bit different. And I know that Director Miller suggested doing that as well. So but I have no idea, obviously, what she had in mind.
Yeah, and
I think we all agree program growth is a positive, and I think we all agree that it's something we should definitely be working toward. And I would assume that if she put it on the agenda, she had a very specific conversation she wanted to have around that. And I guess since I'm not privy to what that might have been, I guess I'll ask Kelsey to be the chair once again and tell me the next topic on the agenda.
Yes. The next topic is rules revision, and that is the last one on the agenda.
Oh, and that's an ugly one.
Yeah.
I guess the best way to start this would be to go around to everybody and ask, did you have anything that you took from your local meetings that you wanted to mention in front of the whole committee? And hopefully by the time that's done, the chair will have returned and we can move forward.
Well, hey, Tom, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I wanted to lay something on you guys on the topic of program growth that I've been thinking about, and I've talked to other consultants about this, and I've gotten a positive feeling from people I talk to about this, but this might be the time to think about this seriously. My thought was, what if we created our own middleman in that this middleman buys product and we sell it to ourselves and maybe other operators in neighboring states?
There are states that are doing that, actually.
What's that?
There are actually states that are doing that.
I didn't know that. Which ones?
Yeah, I don't remember, but the convention that RSVA had in January, some people had mentioned that their states was doing that, but I really don't remember who was.
But that's,
Hello,
you know,
I'm back.
that's a down and dirty suggestion.
Madam Chair, just to get you caught up, since I was completely lost on where we were supposed to head, we kind of just had a little bit of discussion about program growth, but I figured you probably had a specific topic you wanted to talk about, so we're pretty much just about to finish that up.
Okay, no, I
unless you'd like to take care of that now.
Technology, my internet just went kaplooey on me, I guess. And yeah, that's no good. But all right. The thing I just wanted to kind of do a general idea about program growth. I don't know what all we want to get into today, but you know, we're hopefully going to be wrapping rules up at some point. You know, at least the constant barrage of rules. So I really want to turn the tide and start focusing on program growth. Things like the go-getter thing, things like trying to go after other you know, RFPs that are put out for, you know, county and municipal things. Kevin Miller has told Tom and I that he's committed to you know, our program growing and to looking at some of the non-priority things. I think we're getting somewhere, hopefully, with the universities, with the POP stuff. I'd like to hope that's at least going the right way. I mean, hopefully we'll get some of that. But we're going to have to look at something. We've said it for years, and now the pandemic has really demonstrated it, that if we don't do something to grow the program, then we're going to die. This program will be gone. And so we have to do something. It would be irresponsible of us to not, you know, pursue and move forward with this. And I know we have a talk about program growth every now and then, and things seem to get, you know, stymied down in the mud with you know, getting things moving. But we really need to focus on it and to get going. So I want everybody to just kind of think of things. Yes, Tom.
this kind of ties into the end of the last topic where we were talking about a work group, and the statement I made when you were disconnected was I would like us to have a Bureau representative on that work group so that whatever suggestions come out of it have been sort of mutually agreed to by at least that small group of people, and we can move forward a little quicker. And I think this topic needs exactly the same thing. This is something, it does need a work group, it does need some Bureau input, and it does need some attention from all of us, because you're right, growth, if we don't grow, we're going to die. And we need to look at areas where we haven't looked. So I will volunteer to participate in the program growth work group. If I don't need to chair it, but I'll participate in it.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I'm always am the one doing program growth, and but when we got hit with the pandemic and everything kind of came to a standstill last year, and there wasn't, it's been over the past few months where we've kind of got back into, and some of the things me and you talked about outside of the meeting was, coin operated laundry on university campuses as an idea. I think some other states do it. That's one potential. That's not the only thing. Like you talked about the private sector. I remember hearing Michael Talley on an NABM call talk about that out of his 110 machines, only 8 or 9 are federal or state. So he has a lot of stuff in the private sector. The other thing was I had talked with you about, trying to get information from Nikki Gakos to find out, I guess he has some Dunkin' Donuts franchises or something in New Jersey, to try and find out how those work so we can see if it's something that would even work in the state of Ohio. What all the requirements would be. And I'm sure there's a whole list of other things people can think of. And, it might even be worth, I might try and put an email together with your approval to send out and ask for suggestions from operators statewide. And, if anybody, just to submit a list of stuff that we can kind of go through and figure out what may work or what may not work, and to try and get some other things up and running, because and honestly, it's called program growth, and I hope it will turn into program growth. But right now, I almost call it program stabilization to try and get us back to where we were before 2020.
Absolutely. You don't need my permission, but I'd say that's a great idea. Just do it. Just a survey, get ideas, brainstorm, put things on the table, and then the big step will be going from having the ideas. So, obviously some ideas will have to be, we'll say, well, gee, that's a great idea, but it's not practical, to doing something with the ideas and actually putting them into fruition and getting some of this stuff done. The teaming partner thing, we filed passed a motion here some time ago about finding a teaming partner so that we could take on larger, more elaborate facilities. Maybe do the entire food service at some of these universities. Things like that. So,
I'm sure.
Yes, John.
Another example, there are states that also have where the operators actually run the food courts in some of these government buildings, where they have actual food courts and they're managed by the state and the operator.
Yep.
And that.
So, there's options all over the place.
We have an operator who does that at DSCC. Her format is a food court style, as I understand it. So.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, Madam Chair, before we move too far past it, did you want to create the work group for what we do with the federal money? Or did you want to come back to that at the end of the meeting?
I was trying to give it some thought. I'm trying to think of the various talents of everybody, who's the best, pick on to do that. I guess I'll throw it out there if there's anyone who would like to serve on that, or.
I'll serve on that, but I sure am going to need to work with other people to come up with a direction, and you know what I mean, and exactly what we're finding and all that. But I'll volunteer to do something.
Okay.
Along those lines.
I'm trying to give it some thought on, because it's going to take some definite doing with that.
Madam Chair, I'm going to state the obvious. No matter how all this turns out, there's going to be some unhappy people.
There really are, and it's stuff like this, you know, it's not the best part of being on the committee. That's for sure. I love the idea of helping people, and I want to get the checks out to folks, and I'm so happy that this appropriation came through, but there's going to be some rough decisions having to be made with that money, and it's you know, when right off the bat we see $2 million in losses and we get $1 million in income and haven't even figured it all out yet, then there's going to be something that's not covered that somebody thinks should be. Oh, it's you know, we just can't do anything else with the math. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
I know that the point of the work group is to come up with these things, but I'm gonna state it just so that the members of the work group have this thought to consider. And maybe we give operators the choice. You either get compensated for a portion of your lost sales or your lost inventory, and that'll help with, like you said, there's going to be some people who aren't happy with the decision. Give them an option. You can take one or the other, whichever one you think is going to give you more money, make your smartest choice. And that's just something for the work group to consider.
Absolutely. Just another idea.
For those people that choose inventory, we have to establish of what percentage of the inventory are they going to get reimbursed for. How do we do that?
Yep.
How do we establish that percentage?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
That's it. Yep. There's way more questions than answers.
Yeah.
That's why we're gonna put it on the group to do.
Madam Chair, Larry's
Tom?
been attempting to get recognized a couple times.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Larry.
Oh, I'll volunteer for the work group.
Okay. Well, I said I'm going to give it a little thought of how many and who we have to watch. How many? We can't have more than 3 reps. That's the one rule of thumb with these things that we have to work out. So I'm going to give it a little thought about that. But thank you to those who did volunteer.
This is just such a big thing. I just wonder if all 5 reps shouldn't participate.
Well, yeah, everybody will. We can't. We'd have to do them in open special meetings if we had all reps participate in the work group. And the point of the work group is to work out some of these intricacies and then write up a plan and bring it back and present it to the full committee. The full committee will have input.
Right.
But so that we're not all kind of flailing here in a meeting and saying this question and that question and, you know, let the work group work some of that out.
Okay.
The full committee may come back with whatever the work group says. They'll say, we hate this. This is disgusting. You know, we don't like any part of it. But at least we've gotten somewhere.
Madam Chair, I'm going to text you some non-committee member suggestions I have that might be of assistance on the work group.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's why I said I didn't want to commit to anything because I want, you know, folks who would be very good fit for this sort of work. So,
well, Annette, I'm here if you need me.
Thank you. You
Madam
and Larry
Chair?
both. Yes, Scott.
I think you asked Ethan this question before, but just for reiteration or clarification, when it comes to the quorum and not exceeding that or reaching that threshold, do alternates count equally as reps do in that standing?
Ethan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm thinking about that. I guess in what context do you mean the alternates participating? Do you mean in this in like the work group setting or?
Yeah, we talked about in the work group setting that we can't exceed more than 3 reps on the work group. So does that mean you can't have, excuse me, 3 reps and 2 alternates, or 2 reps and 3 alternates, or something like that? Or does it matter whether it's a rep or an alternate, they count equally in that standing?
I get what you're saying now. In that case, that would be a concern, because that would still, because essentially the alternate is standing in for the rep. So that would still create an issue of a public meeting. So if you did, like you said, 3 reps and like 2 alternates, that's still 5 members in that context. So I think that would be, an issue that would bring up the public meetings, and that would force it to be a public meeting at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
What if the rep
Thank you.
and the alternate were in the same area? Because then the alternate would basically be, a non-participating. They wouldn't be able to vote or anything.
Yeah, that still worries me, and that still, I think, would invoke a public meeting at that point.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay. We'll keep it to 3 committee members then, and we may have some non-committee members, which is perfectly fine then. So okay, thanks for asking, Scott. That was a good ask. All right, so we're gonna do the program growth. I'm gonna be optimistic. I'm gonna call it program growth and not stability. Work group.
Well, we'll get it, Madam Chair. We'll get it back, Madam Chair. It's just going to take some time.
It will. It absolutely will. And then we'll do this other work group too. So the only other thing on the agenda then was the rules. And what time is it? Oh, I can't look at the time because I'm talking. Time is it? I can't do. I can't look at stuff on my phone because now I'm having to speak on my phone instead of my iPad.
It's almost 11 a.m.
Okay. Okay. We got plenty of time then. The rules revision. Was everybody able to do meetings? Can you find that out for sure? I know Toledo, Columbus, Zanesville, and Cincinnati. I know those 4 did. Did the other areas all get their meetings in?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
Go ahead, Larry. I'm sorry.
Larry?
Oh, yeah, we had our meeting. It wasn't, there was no, it came back.
Yeah, no, okay.
I decided to call my operator. I communicate with them pretty regularly anyway.
Okay.
Some of them have been participating in these calls, and I did speak to all of them.
Okay, good. Same thing. So I had Columbus. Columbus just got
0 participation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of discouraging.
It was.
That's okay. And then Toledo, I had 2 of my operators come on, but I've had a couple others who've been part of the meetings all along too. So they probably felt they knew quite a bit about the rules. And I had 1 Columbus operator come to the Toledo meeting. So we've tried to spread the word. So Frank did a great job of actually writing down and posting the things people had to say. I had a couple things come out of my meeting that people questioned. So I guess this gets kind of the dicey part. Where do we go with those questions, and what do we do with them?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Scott.
I have a starting point.
Okay.
Rule 3 with the selection and the point values. I think we really need to go over and clarify the values, because I did a summation and came up with a potential 18 points that I thought was the maximum point value. And I saw in Frank's email yesterday that he had come up with a potential 20 points. So I think that is a very important clarification that we have to make just to prevent very disgruntled and operators and the possibility of grievances moving forward.
Right, and I had someone else bring it up to me about, you know, questioning, how do you score brand new people, or how do you score, you know, there were a lot of questions that came up around the selection stuff. In my meeting, it sounds like in the other meetings, that a lot of confusion. And that sometimes when all of us sit around here and we dig into these rules and we look at them so many times that, you know, some things kind of sink in and then go over our heads where we think we understand them, and then you get this fresh perspective of other people really looking at them. And I am concerned by the fact that we had so many questions on the selection stuff that it is confusing to folks. And the whole purpose of redoing these rules was to clarify, not confuse. So I think that is a problem, that the selection stuff is confusing to a lot of people, and we're getting different score values and all of that. So what do we do about it?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I'd like Tom or Frank to weigh in on this, because I read his responses from his operators, and but I don't remember any of them having to do with selection. What do you say about that, Frank?
Madam Chair, there were and I don't have them in front of me, Doug, but there were several things in there, and I have to give Mott credit for taking the minutes, so that was a great help. I was going to say jokingly, I have a Mott 5000, so I really appreciate his help.
Mott 5000.
But anyway, one of the things, though, that I think Mott was making the point, I think he felt that, like, the scoring for statewide or the upward mobility, that I guess if I read what his comment was, and as I understood it as he was saying it, that there was a lot of that percentage for statewide, I think he felt was too high or too weighted for the total selection. There were some other things too, and like I said, I don't have them in front of me at the moment. But I can try and get them. There was something else in there that I had noticed that I was going to bring up in one of our previous meetings, and we had moved ahead, and I didn't want to take us back at that time, was in Rule 3 under E3 at the end it mentions an inactive license, and I was like, put a question mark by that, because I'm like, what is that? And trying to so like Annette said, there seems to be confusion all around, and we don't want confusion with a rule. We want a rule to be straightforward, and we don't want it to be confusing.
Yeah, I was real concerned about the confusion that everybody seemed to express with the selection stuff. So one suggestion I have with the selection things is that maybe, Sally, this would probably include you some, we put together a couple mock selections, maybe pull some records from previous selections and sit and score them with this benefit. Through this thing. Now, it won't be perfect because operators didn't submit everything that's in this and everything, and see how they come out. Try and actually sit down and score it and see if people have confusion in the scoring and all that.
Madam Chair, we
Yes,
can do
Christy.
that. I believe we did do that back in 2019, the summer, when this was first discussed. I remember Vicki doing that because we did do some tests on it, but we will find it, and we can do exactly what you said, take the last couple and do some mock examples of that.
Yeah, but don't just do it yourself. Grab a couple OVRC people like you actually would, so that there's people questioning that stuff, and trying to figure out what the score is and everything. And it changed somewhat since 2019, and then it we've changed some of the criteria, and I don't know if we ever had OVRC or local selection panel quote participation in one of those. So we really should try and treat it like people are actually scoring a selection, so that questions do come up and see if it works. There was a lot of confusion about the selection stuff. There was also some confusion, and I think we should maybe look at doing the same thing for the site attachment stuff. So we've changed that a little bit. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
The confusion I heard with the selection was about, like you guys said, about new operators. And I know Scott and John and I talked about, simply adding the word "or" after those first two criteria would eliminate some of that confusion. So those first three, you would get one of those three criteria. If that makes sense.
It does. When there is more than one, I'm looking. See for less than. Yeah. Those are there was a lot there in those first few things. I read it. I'll be honest with you. I read it that if the applicant has been a licensee for less than 1 year, you get 1 point. And then if the applicant has been a licensee for between 1 year and 5 years, add 2 points. Yeah, there was definitely confusion there. I'm thinking it was one or the other, but some people thought it was
cumulative
adding to it. Yeah, it was. You got points for all of those.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yes. John.
Just by adding the word "or," that's going to totally fix that problem right there.
I think it will. Yeah, I think it will.
So.
And then people were questioning, what does an entire statewide mean?
Wait, what was that question?
The new operator?
What an entire statewide is? Does that mean just both days? Does that? Yeah, I had that question.
Entire statewide? Is that for like the statewide training, like both days? Maybe that's what that meant.
Yeah.
Why was that confusing?
I don't know why it was confusing, but people were confused.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have
So
said
yes. So I think to help this a little bit, because I feel like what are the questions that we as a group need to look at the language specifically to see if there's an adjustment versus people didn't totally understand, and we just need to make sure we're on the same page about what that means so that we can answer that question. I feel like we're kind of bouncing around here a little bit, and I'm not 100% clear on what each of these things is. So is there a way, like, are there ones that, we think we need to look at the specific language, go in, and we might need to add anything or change anything, or are some of these like, what does the entire statewide mean? Well, that's just a clarification that we can all agree on that you go back with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think you're just kind of pointing out some of the questions people had, because what we don't want to see happen is, these rules get codified, and then somebody later says, well, I was at the entire statewide. I was there both days, but were they really there both days, or what? You know what I'm saying? We're trying to protect grievances when it comes to stuff like that, especially in this selection stuff. We want to make sure it is there's no loopholes or questions or things like that people can, kind of use some vagueness on.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes. Right.
I'm going to point this out. As the way it is right now, if you right now you can go to the Friday one and you get 1 point for Friday, and then if you go to Saturday, you get the second point. But it sounds like the way that is written, that if you go to one, if you, let's say, the counter operators who probably can't get away or can't be at statewide on Friday, there would be no incentive for them then to attend the Saturday session because they wouldn't get credit for it anyway. So anyway, I don't know. I struggle with that. I would like to see something I think it was better the way it currently is, but that's my opinion.
Which is 1 point per day, right?
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Well, then that took away the whole big discussion we had about giving some teeth to statewide compared to other upward mobility. So.
Yeah, and so,
then do it 2 and 2. 2 points for Friday, 2 points for Saturday.
Madam Chair,
Well, no. Yes, Sally.
could I suggest 1 point for one day and 3 points for both? 3 points for both days?
Oh, there's an intriguing possibility.
Oh, so you get a bonus point. So we would take out the extra for statewide. Well, then we just watered down the upper mobility rule part then.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Tom.
Going back to the discussion where we decided that these changes needed to be made, we were looking for something to differentiate scores. Too many times the score comes out even and we have to go to seniority. So we were looking for people to stand out in a selection. So we wanted there to be upward mobilities, and then we wanted there to be more valuable, I don't know if you call them upward mobilities, continued education, some sort of credit. So anything we do to lessen these defeats the original intent by making the changes. So, and if the committee as a whole feels like, hey, selections are fine, well, okay, but I don't always think that selections work out the best way they could. I think we need to reward people who try to better themselves. I think we need to reward people who try to stay as involved as possible. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the floor.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I agree with Tom. Yes, Frank.
I would just the only thing I would say is to Tom's point about them coming out in ties. I think with the change in seniority, a lot of that is going to sort itself out over number of months worked under a bureau operator agreement.
Yeah, but it got to that point.
Madam Chair,
that's
it right there. You just got it. Nope, you just said it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it from getting to the point where seniority is even being used to break a tie. So I don't like the idea of watering down these upward mobilities. I think an operator should have to work to get these things if it's going to count in a selection. You know, if we're not going to count things in selections and make it so easy for everybody to get a perfect score constantly, then we might as well just do seniority and be done with it, which I don't agree with. I think that people should have to work a little bit to get a promotion and differentiate themselves from somebody who doesn't. You know, we took out the goals in the selection, which I understand that. I know they were complicated and stuff, but we took out that incentive to you know, show a good, efficient facility. But that's fine. But I think the upper mobility should stay how we have them in this rule. Now, if we need some clarification on language, that's one thing. But
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I was just going to say that I agree with you and Tom that, you know, I like the idea of having statewide have strong value, like the upward mobilities. I'd like to see more of us show up in an upward mobility, whether we're doing it over the phone or when we get back to an in-person. You know, we got to have some motivation to bring people to these events. A lot of people put a lot of time into structuring statewide.
Yep.
So I like that idea, and I like the idea of keeping the upward mobilities like you do. I just wanted to support that notion.
Madam Chair, may I briefly?
Yes, Tom.
I know there's a lot of opposition to this, and it's mostly coming from the people who will lose their seniority benefit, and I understand that. But this is a precedent that's already been set by other states. There's other states where if you haven't done upward mobility stuff in the last 2 years, they won't even consider your application for a facility. I'm not asking for anything like that, but I am asking that we help people who help themselves, and we say, hey, you're an involved operator. You do everything you can to make your business more profitable. You show up at things, you try to learn, and we're going to reward that in a selection by giving you an opportunity over a person who's just been doing this longer than you. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield the floor back.
Yep. I think we're good. We had a little bit of concern about the change in the seniority. Not a lot. I kind of explained it to folks. I said every single one of us is going to lose seniority if we could go from time worked to some time under a bureau or under your license. Because most of us didn't start working on day one when we were licensed. So every operator in the state is probably going to lose some seniority. But I think most folks were pretty on board with that part of it. There was a little bit of question about the site stuff that I got. Folks do not like, the folks in my area did not like the net proceeds thing still being in there, just to throw that out for consideration. The people I talked to really believe that it should be, you know, what's the best fit, who wants it and what's the best fit and maximization for the program. But, you know, I don't know where to go with that, but that was one of the big discussions in my area. But
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I apologize for earlier, my interruption of the meeting. That trust me, was unintentional. And you probably think I'm about to say something about site attachment policy. I'm not. I want to get back to a point that Greg made earlier that was important to help you get through what you're attempting to do right now. I think you keep going to reading through these things and as concerns. I think what you need to do is you need to read a concern and address it and move on. Because earlier, for example, there was the idea that you could put or between the 3 different ways you can get a point for participation in the program. And I think that should have been taken care of and then moved on to the next one. And I think you should continue that way, or you're not going to get very far today with things that are important that people have brought up in these local meetings. So just a suggestion.
Okay, well, I thought we did deal with that one, but okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
We kind of skipped over the other issue with Rule 3, and that is what if the person who's just came into the program, do they get 0 points, or do they get points because they haven't had any lates even though they haven't been working? And the same thing with the person who's 1 year or less. You know, we're considering a lot of this stuff over a 2-year period, but they haven't even worked 2 years. So we kind of need to address that a little bit.
Yeah, that was a question. You're right, John. You're right. How did everyone foresee that? If someone's been in the program, say 1 year or 6 months, or no time at all, I guess no time. If they're just licensed and they've never ran a facility.
I
They have to. They
somebody
need some
needs
leeway
here
to
to get their
get
feet
in.
on the ground in a facility they've just gotten. If it's their first
Yeah.
facility and they've never had one before, why would you be interested in moving out after 6 months? You bid it, you
Madam
wanted it.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Sally. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say the way it is now is if you've got 1 year or less under your belt, you get 8 points. That's the default, and it stops right there. You don't score any further. If you've got, I think it's less than 24 months under your belt, you get 9 points, and it stops right there. You don't go any further with the scoring. So I don't know if you guys want to consider something like that here.
That's probably something we should do because, well, yeah, because if we did that here, then like if you were just a licensee, you had no experience at all, you would get 1 point if we just stopped. I think some of the intention was at some point to, if someone was a licensee but went to upper mobilities, they might be able to differentiate themselves from a different licensee who didn't, all of that. But the things with the late and the performance improvement plans and stuff like that, do they get points for or not? Because obviously somebody who doesn't have a facility had no late, but they, had no report. So,
but Matt, sure that needs to actually be put in the rules then.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's one of the things that does need clarified because it is confusing.
Well, Madam Chair, in regards to licensees, also, what if 2 licensees bid on a facility and neither one of them have ever had a facility? They would have no seniority. How do you break that tie? And that could potentially happen, especially here upcoming as things open up and there's, facilities that are vacant and they start bidding them out. And I think we've got a lot of people on the bench who have never run.
I think we had the drawing lots as a final tiebreaker.
Oh, okay.
Well, Madam Chair, for that you can actually include upper mobility because a new licensee can still do upper mobility, and that'll differentiate them a little bit.
Madam Chair,
yes, Tom.
I agree with John. I think upper mobility should be counted for anyone who does a new licensee or not.
Yeah, I think so too. I guess you could go through and score this stuff. If somebody's a licensee, they've been a licensee for less than 1 year, they get the 1 point. I'm trying to do this in my head. They wouldn't get points there. If they have no lates, they could get the 2 points for no lates, and even though they didn't have it in the file. Yeah.
And I don't think they should get those. Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
So for people that have less than 1 year, give them the 1 point plus any upward mobility points. And people for less than 2 years, give them 2 points plus all the upward mobility points.
Yeah, and then everything else it just scores.
Exactly. And that gives them a decent, chance against, because it gives them 8 points right there if they want them.
Yeah.
Or 7 points if they're less than 1 year.
So that needs rewritten a little bit and tidied up some.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I think in G1, 2, and 3, you can solve that problem by just stating or between those. And then for, like, when you get to the point where it says if the applicant has no late reports or payments in the most recent 12 months of the past 24 years, all you have to do is add a phrase in there that says in under BOA for the last 12, for the most recent 12 months under a BOA of the last 24 months. And that solves your problem. And then people can get a awarded the appropriate number of points for performance in a facility, because it stated that you get those 4 points or 2 points based on if you were actually operating under contract, either BOA or TBOA. So that's the way I think you address that, and you don't have to make vast changes to the rule or to the selection process within the rule moving through it. But it also allows licensees rather to get some points for things like upward mobility or attendance at statewide, or simply being licensed, which I think is satisfactory to resolve the questions everybody's having.
That'll work. Yeah, that would definitely work, Derek. Thanks. For the late one, which would be 4, and then the performance improvement ones, 5 and 6. Those would definitely applicant under a BOA or TBOA, I guess you have to put that. Then the upper mobilities are good. That's it. That's all of it. Okay.
Madam Chair, I am actually revising this as we go right now, so we can send it out for you guys to.
Sounds good. Okay.
Derek?
What's the other thing? Yes, Derek.
Well, just to stay in Rule 3, before we get too far ahead, I think Frank earlier had brought up the idea of what is an inactive license, particularly in relation to a selection, but also in general, since it's a term used in the rules.
Yeah, and it's not defined, but I think it's meant to what it is in Rule 2. But there is.
Madam Chair, this is Christy. I thought in the last iteration we got rid of inactive.
It's in Rule 2. But is it out of Rule 3?
No, it's in Rule 3E. Is it E3? I think it's E3.
Rule 2E says a licensee becomes inactive if a person has not operated under a BOA or TBOA in the past 5 years.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, it's still in Rule 2, but I'm trying to think if it's in Rule 3, where it is in Rule 3.
I want to say E3 off the top of my head.
It's E1. I'm sorry, Derek.
Yes, there. Okay, E1.
It's E1, and it says the applicant is not licensed by the BE program or whose license is inactive. Makes you ineligible to have your application accepted for consideration.
Oh, yeah.
And somewhere in the rules, it says the definition for maintaining an active license. That you have to bid on a facility every 3 years, I think it is. You don't have to bid on a facility. If you don't have one, you have to bid one in 3 years to maintain an active license.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if we decide, or if we want to keep inactive license in there, which I'm not saying we should or we shouldn't, because I don't know that it becomes quote unquote inactive, but if we are going to keep it in there, do we need a definition for it?
So, Madam Chair, looking again, now I remember, this is in Rule 2, which is training. And again, this is why, and we had long conversations about this, the whole purpose of this, and we went back and forth on 2 years, 7 years, and as a group, we agreed on 5. If a licensee becomes license becomes inactive if a person has not operated under a BOA or TBOA in the past 5 years. For a license to become a licensee to become active, a person must demonstrate eligibility to reactivate his or her inactive license. If there is proof of an existing inactive license, the person can be fast-tracked through a condensed training session to activate his or her license. If this fast-track training could be shortened if the person chooses to take and pass a licensure exam prior to retraining. If a person fails the licensure, he or she shall complete the online training modules. Again, the whole purpose of all of this is if someone's been out of the program for like 15, 20 years, they don't have the same knowledge, skills, you know, you think of credit card readers and computer and having to do an MOR through OVG, and I mean, things change. And that was going to be part of, that was the logic behind that,
Yeah,
you know, people can't
think
come back from the program after 20 years and slide into a, you know, a facility without some sort of retraining.
I think we got that, Christy. I don't think that was the concern. I think the concern was the reference. Some folks were confused by the reference in Rule 3 that there's not a definition for that, even though it says in Rule 2 that that it becomes inactive. I think there was a couple folks who didn't realize when they were reading Rule 3 and they're looking at their rules and they're saying, okay, I want to bid on this. What makes me eligible to bid? And they see that, they may not know what that means unless they go back and read rules, you know, all through all the rules.
So would it make more sense to list what's into, particularly what an inactive license is, and put that in the definition as well?
I think it could either go in the definitions or in this line, it could say in accordance with Rule 2. There should be a reference to where they can find out what inactive means.
Well, the easiest fix then was just to put a reference Rule 2 in this, but
I think that would work.
Okay. Sally, did you get that?
Can you say it one more time, please?
It's E1 in Rule 3 with
Rule 3,
reference
got it.
back to Rule 2. I got to move around and find where the reference is in Rule 2, but it's Rule 2.
So
E.
am I just saying reference? Okay.
Yeah, and Rule 2E.
Okay. Got it.
And that way people know what that means. Okay. All right. I've got some feedback on a few things. I had one big question, and I'm not sure if anyone had other stuff in Rule 3 or not, but this was sort of a question that came up, not necessarily the rule itself. And I know we've talked about this before, but I couldn't remember the answer. If an operator puts names, it was about Rule 4, and they weren't complaining about the contingency or the person taking over idea, but they were worried about that person's information being public. Like if somebody gave a phone number for, their brother or something that would be in charge of their facility or their employee, probably even more employees because that you've got some kind of liability issue there. Gave the Bureau their phone number as their contingency person. Is that information public? Does it become
Madam
a public
Chair.
record then? Yes.
And Ethan can back me up on this. I believe since they're not public employees and it's private information, that would be something that would be redacted if there was some public records request for that. We can double check on that, but I think if Ethan's still here, what's your opinion on that?
Uh-oh. Ethan, if you're speaking, you're muted. Or if you're not here anymore, then maybe we lost Ethan. Maybe he has the same internet provider that I do. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sorry about that. I accidentally hung up on myself earlier, and I thought I unmuted myself when I came back on.
Oh.
Greg, I think that's right there, that since they're not government employees, they're technically still private citizens, that information would be redacted if there was a public records request.
Yeah, that was the big concern. No one had any problem with the notion of the rule. They just didn't like the idea of giving their employees information over and someone being able to look that up and obtain that information. Okay. Other people chime in if you've had major feedback. There's something you want to talk about. I didn't get a ton of it.
I have something here on that, and I don't know if you've read through this and if you'll know what, and I know who the comment came from, but anyway, it has to do with, it looks like 3E6, something about if return means not be eligible to be selected for, that's what it should say. So I don't know what the exact language off the top of my head in 3E6.
Well, we were just there at 3E, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An applicant shall be. Yeah, this was kind of. I know we've gone over this, and we never did get a good. I think we all kind of agreed to the notion in principle, but the writing is still a little wonky. This is who's not eligible to bid. An applicant shall be ineligible to return to a facility or site when a BGA contractor permit that the applicant operated under has been terminated, or the applicant has resigned in lieu of termination due to operator non-compliance with a BGA contract or permit, or the applicant has resigned in lieu of termination. It's better than it was. What did your remarks say about that, Frank?
It says if return means not be eligible to be selected for, that's what it should say. Like, okay. I understand.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think that's covered because this is telling what people are ineligible for. That sentence in and of itself doesn't say that, but it says at Part E, this is the selection panel by majority vote shall determine whether an applicant for a facility or site is ineligible. Any applicant deemed to be ineligible shall be removed from consideration, and the applicant shall receive no further consideration for the facility or site posting. An applicant shall be deemed ineligible for any of the following reasons, and that's one of them. So it does say ineligible. So I think that one's covered, Frank. Okay. Any other thoughts, or anybody have any other concerns anywhere? I said I didn't put a lot of feedback.
No, the other one, Madam Chair, I'm looking at 4.9 and definitions, and it's a comment on active engagement, and basically the person says that could cause absenteeism and could cause net proceeds and service charge to suffer. I'm not reading it verbatim, but I gave a summation of that.
Yeah. I did get one comment. Somebody was upset about the active engagement, but I think it was covered. They were worried about if they were sick or something, and I tried to tell them that you can have an employee or somebody there, and it does say that pretty clearly. So I don't think it's a problem.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
me and the same person had a big long discussion on that, and I actually suggested that he contact you on it. And I tried to explain to him that was actually covered in the rules in other places, and he's like, his thing was, if it's in the rules, why don't you put it properly in the definitions? But I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's covered.
He's very upset about it, but
He is. He's very upset about it, and I just, but it's covered. There's nothing that can be.
yeah, and that's what I told him as well. But he didn't buy that. He's
it really is. I mean, the rule is very clear. You can either be there or you can have an employee there.
He kind of felt that we should put in the definition by the operator or designated employee.
Yeah, I don't.
I agree.
Sally, did you have something?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was just going to say I had the same discussion with the same person, and
I knew you did.
The way they were more comfortable is if we just slightly changed the definition to say active engagement means an operator is the manager of the assigned business operation, and the operator or a designee is physically present at a vending facility at least once every 30 days. And I know that's in Rule 4.9, but
it doesn't harm putting it in the definition.
Yeah.
If it makes it doesn't change anything, and if it makes somebody feel better, then,
Right.
I don't see any problem with it.
That was my thought as well, just to ease concerns.
Yeah. And to be honest, if it does bring up that much confusion and concern, it once again, we went through all this for all these years to try and clarify, not to confuse. So, okay. Frank?
Yeah, I have. I want other people to chime in too if they have stuff. I don't want to monopolize.
People. I'm saying the same thing. Go ahead,
Madam
Greg.
Chair. Oh.
Yes, Larry.
This is Greg. Man, Larry and I must sound exactly alike on the phone.
I've done that a few times.
So can I make a suggestion that maybe you just go around the horn, so to speak, and each person kind of goes through their list, and then if, say, Frank goes through his list, but John has some of the same things and they're covered, then John can just kind of cross those off his list when it gets around to him. And that way it's just done in some kind of orderly fashion, and then we can make sure everybody who has something gets their chance.
Sounds good. Frank, you're up.
Oh, okay. One of the ones I'm going to do
you
from
had the
memory.
best list, so.
One of the ones I'm going to do from memory, I'm not going to read it verbatim, but in Rule 2, when we kind of went over that in our area, there were some people that pointed out they didn't like the credit check thing because a lot of them didn't remember going through it for themselves, and I told them that's not a VE requirement. That's actually a BSVI requirement. That wasn't necessarily something our management people or the committee really wanted to do, but it's required I believe it's required on the VR side. But anyway, on Rule 417, I'm just going to read the comment. And on request to detach from a site or facility makes no sense and seems entirely different from the line above it. or something along those lines. And I'm like, okay. And I don't, like I said, I don't have the rules in front of me. I'm looking at the list.
I do. Roll that says maintain gross sales information individually for each BGA for the assigned facility and provide supporting documentation of reported sales to BE on request to detach from a site or facility. I got a question on that too, in all honesty, and I kind of clarified it and they were fine with it. I said that, you know, that you only have to give that information if you want to get rid of something. And they were fine with it then. So
yeah, they went on to say if it means that an operator should provide documentation for sales to support a request to have a individual machine or site removed, then from a facility, that's what it should say, or something along those lines. So
yeah. Okay, I don't know. I think that I'm trying to think how to make it more clear, because, you know, like I said, when we see this stuff, to me, that's what it does say. But I've seen it a zillion times, and you try and look at it from somebody's fresh eyes or fingers or ears, and know what it's trying to hear what they're saying if there is confusion about it. Because I said I got asked a question very similar to that, if that's what that meant. And
it does it say, and you just read it. I thought I heard provide documentation in there or something along those lines, or that you
maintain gross sales information individually for each BGA for the assigned facility and provide supporting documentation of reported sales to BE on request to detach from a site or facility. So if the operator requests a site or facility or something to be removed, detached from their facility, then I think the thing that I can see where it might be confused, it says BE on request. So that's on the request of the operator. That's not the Bureau requesting it. That's the operator requesting to detach something. If they request to detach something, they got to give the Bureau the sales information for it. Once again, if we're having this much conversation about it, it might not be clear. Yes, Derek.
This is something that Mott brought up, and as you all know, Mott's an exceptional writer, and this is a question of style to him. He thinks that there's a lack of clarity, and I don't disagree with him, but I don't know that in the end it matters. So you either have to decide if you want to write this to have more clarity, or you just want to skip over it. And if you like, Mott or I could write the clarification and for you to address later, or you can try to do it on your own now. But that's all it is. It's just a question of clarity in Mott's mind, who's the one that brought this issue up at the meeting.
Okay. So the notion of having to provide the information wasn't what people were concerned about.
It's the rule was clear as the intention. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
What if I just added, so keep the beginning all the same and then say, and provide supporting documentation of reported sales to BE on the request of the operator to detach from a site or facility.
Yeah, that would help things, I think, some.
Well, Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I don't think that addresses Mott's issue with it. I think what Mott's asking for is for that statement, I mean, to be that the operator, in order to have a site detached, an operator must provide supporting documentation, that kind of thing, that makes it absolutely specific as to what the operator has to do in order for this to happen. That's what Mott was getting at.
Actually, I think, isn't that addressed in somewhere? It's addressed somewhere about detaching. It's either in Rule 3 or Rule 6. I'm trying to remember where.
Well, yeah, Mott's saying this instance of the statement is not clear. That's all he's getting at.
So, again, I try to figure out what the purpose of this whole thing is. And part of it is that we want people to maintain the information so we don't have to unnecessarily have to temp stuff. We have that information. I'm even thinking, again, if someone were to retire and the committee determines that we need to break up the facility and that we have that documentation by BGA on what each thing has the potential to do. So it's not just limited, in my opinion, to someone wants to give up a site, so they can only do so if they provide us the information where we can put on a posting. It's, again, for everyone to keep track by BGA of how much their businesses make. We would want that information unless in those certain circumstances that we're going to need to break up a facility or someone wants to add, they need to have that knowledge.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
if a person has a credit card reader on that machine is readily available instantaneously.
Well, yeah. That's
Derek?
it's simple as that.
Madam Chair, remember the current rule says physical address locations, and that was confusing, and we never followed through, and there was talk about getting, and then there was talk about, like, if you've got like a facility on a base or on a college campus, that's very difficult, and I get it. Logistically, that's so difficult, but, and it's not as if you have credit card readers, I get it, but we had all determined that it made more sense under certain BGAs, like just use the BGA. But I understand, like, I don't know, we just need to be clear on this.
Derek?
And I don't know how to be more clear.
Derek, go ahead.
Well, I think you guys just hit the nail on the head. What the confusion is that Mott's talking about is 17 here suggesting that all operators maintain this information, or is this suggesting that all operators maintain this information and then provide it if they want to have something detached from their facility? And that's what's not clear. And Christy just made clear what her intention for the rule is that all operators maintain gross sales information individually for each BGA. That's what her intention of the rule is, but Mott's reading of the rule and others reading the rule might not see it that way. So that's what needs to be made clear. Is this just for the purpose of detaching something from your facility with documented proof that it's advisable to do so, or is it that every operator, as this rule implies, because it's operator's responsibility, is every operator responsible for maintaining gross sales information on each site determined by whether there's a BGA for it, a separate BGA for it or not?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, because I read it, the only time you ever have to give this information is if you want to detach something. That's exactly how I read it.
Yeah, but you have to have it. So it can't be where you're not maintaining it, except, okay, I've decided that I want to give it up, so I'll maintain it for the previous 2 months, and then I'm okay to give it up. That's not what we intend. So I hear what Derek's saying, and I do think we need to make it clear. I want people to maintain by BGA. I'm not going to ask for that unless they want to give it up, or it's a situation where someone is leaving, or maybe they're not leaving on their own accord. That's another thing. That as a committee, we have that information to make informed decisions going forward on how to
post it, how to detach it, where we're not having to temp it. That's the point.
This sentence says none of that, Christy. So
what about maintain gross sales information individually for each BGA for the assigned facility, period. And then maybe another sentence saying it will only be requested by DE and OVRC or something to that effect. On request by DE and OVRC.
Well,
Derek?
Yeah, Derek, go ahead.
I would suggest that Christie's initial motion is satisfactory. It's a requirement of an operator to maintain these, but not to say anything beyond that, because that's going to complicate matters. Or, you know, either leave it generic as that's a requirement for an operator. You have to maintain these, because it's easier for most operators to do that now because it's required on the MR anyway. Not necessarily, but for the most part. So this isn't going to affect a whole lot of people. So if the committee's comfortable with that requirement, that's the way to present it. Straightforward.
I don't have a problem with it. It's just maintaining it. That's probably not too hard to do. Most of us have credit card readers, so that we can bring it up, you know, without really doing anything. I mean, honestly, you know, few folks don't have credit card readers, but they know that information. They write up a paper and say, okay, here's what it did the last year. So the only difference I would say then, if we make it that simple statement that Christy just said in Rule 4, is back in M, in Rule 3, when they request the detaching a site, and it talks about turning it the request in writing, that writing should include sales information for the site they want to detach. Because I do like that. I do think that we should know what the sales information is for something when they're requesting it to be detached. Not to
And Madam
make a
Chair, what was that in?
That was in Rule 3M.
Rule 3M, okay.
Yeah. It says if you want to detach something, you put your request in writing. It would just simply say to include sales information.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
It's Greg, not Larry. So just to kind of recap to make sure we're all on the same page with this discussion and this piece. So what we're in agreement with is basically, and I like Derek's idea, simplifying what that sentence was down to basically saying operators, you know, shall maintain gross sales records, or however we want it. And then in Rule 3, we're going to add the statement about in writing, which shall include the gross sales. Is that, we're all on the same page there? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Derek?
That's Derek.
And I agree with that notion, except I would make it in Rule 3M, and I would say if a licensee wishes to detach a site from their facility, they must submit a request in writing with justification, including, so that they have opportunity to provide more information than just that it's suggested that they provide more information to justify the detachment than just the sales. If they just make more,
Right.
No, that's
sales
good.
may not be the reason why they're wanting it detached. It may be geography. It may be, you know, there could be a lot of reasons why they want to detach it. It's just no longer a good fit for them. Okay. Frank? Next?
Yep, 418. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with this comment, but it says reasonably caused is unreasonably vague without at least an EGE example, since the term is not in the definitions. I know what it means. I think most of us know what it means, but I think the person was trying to say.
Yeah, I think we kind of wanted it.
I mean, it is, you know, and I explained as good as I could. So anyway, the other one is 5F4, and it says detailed report. If this means inventory, that's what it should say. Neither, well, and this person said, and I don't think it says neither detailed report or inventory is in the definitions. I thought inventory was in the definitions. It is unclear whether the report should include items valued beyond that of the initial inventory.
Derek?
All right, I think I'm here again. Derek?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to help clarify. This was another of Mott's, and he's absolutely right. In Rule 5F4, where both places where it says detailed report, it should, because it intends to say, it should say detailed inventory report. And then also Mott is suggesting that the term inventory isn't identified in the rules definitions, which is true. I think it only talks about inventory, not in inventory reimbursement, but the difference between what your inventory is when you have a transition. I think that's the only thing, and I forget what it's called in the definitions, but inventory itself is not identified. And Annette, you'll appreciate this. This has when you take an inventory report, a detailed inventory report, you know, you're required by the rules traditionally to only do what to return to the Bureau, what the Bureau owns, essentially.
Right.
And not anything on that. That's never specified or clarified or discussed in the current proposed rules. And Mott's absolutely right that if you don't identify those distinctions, you've got a problem.
I thought it said BE owned inventory.
You think there's a definition of inventory?
No, not in the definitions. In Rule 4, where it talks about that you have to conduct an inventory. I'm looking for it. What? I'm trying to find where it talks about inventories. Administrative code.
Well, first, I think I would get everybody to agree that detailed report should say detailed inventory report.
Yeah, that's
where it appears in
where's
5F4.
this at? Do we know what number this is? Because I can't find it.
5F4.
Oh, we're in 5. Oh, okay.
5F4.
All right. It helps to look in the correct rule, so. Okay, complete a detailed report of BE owned stock and supplies. Yeah, it probably should have something what the report is. It probably should say complete a detailed inventory or something, yeah. Stock and supplies on hand and report the amount of the December and June monthly operating reports and retain these reports for 6 months after the date of submission. This detailed report is not required when there is a facility. Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, I added inventory. There's actually 3 places in that.
Okay.
In number 4, I added it.
But I do think it does say BE owned. I think that actually is covered.
But I think I'm sorry, Derek?
Yep.
I think Mott's problem there is that inventory isn't sufficiently defined or discussed for people to understand. I mean, you understand because you've operated that way for years, but not everybody's going to understand that inventory in this context means inventory that the Bureau owns or that you're responsible to return to the Bureau at some point. So I think he was asking that there be an inventory definition if this is the only way that inventory is going to be used, or that it's spelled out better here.
I don't have a problem with that if there's clarification needed.
And I hate speaking for Mott, by the way. I just don't feel adequate to that task ever to speak for Mott. Unfortunately, he's unable to attend these things, so I try my best to be erudite in relation to these matters and his concerns. So I apologize if I'm falling short of his efforts.
Yeah. Well,
Madam Chair?
No. Yes.
No, and I was just going to say, I believe the old rules package had a definition for inventory. So why don't we just adopt that definition and move it over to this package, give it a place, and move on?
Okay.
I'm Derek.
Yes. Derek. I don't know
Unfortunately, Tom may be thinking of a previous, but the current rule package, not the current proposed, the current rule package only has in it Z, and it couldn't remember. This is what I couldn't remember earlier. It's inventory adjustment charge. That's the only definition related to inventory that I can find in the current rule. So I think one would have to be generated if you wanted to include an inventory. And you also have to determine.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Derek.
Well, let Derek finish. Yeah, let Derek finish.
Well, I just think you have to determine whether, because the suggestion there is inventory that's owned by the Bureau, and so you don't have to take that into account when you define inventory, but your inventory definition does have to account for what inventory really is outside of that.
Madam Chair, maybe it's not in the current rules package, but I know that I have seen a definition in a rules package. It might have been a prior package that clearly outlines what inventory is, and I will dig that out and I will send it, but it's very specific. It says something about items offered for sale, and I don't want to try to quote it because I can't even remember what package it came from, so clearly I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know it's there.
That's okay. If you can find it, that's great. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
In this proposed rule package, there is a definition for initial inventory. I don't know if you feel that is suffice.
Well, Madam Chair, I think it's reasonable if it's initial inventory, it should be able to be used to define inventory in general. So should we take a look at exactly what's spelled out there?
Yeah, what's that one say? Let me find rule one.
It's rule 1, letter Z.
Okay, if you have it, Sally, that.
Sure.
Read it there.
Initial inventory are the products, both consumable and non-consumable, that are identified and purchased by the BE program to facilitate the opening of a new facility or site. Initial inventory does not include lottery tickets, and any purchase of lottery tickets is governed exclusively by an agreement between the operator and the Ohio Lottery Commission.
Okay, that doesn't, that definitely says, the first sentence kind of says what inventory is. But then it goes on to the Bureau owned part of it, so. I don't know. Yes, Derek.
I think what Sally just read is more a definition of inventory, not, I mean, I think it's specific to initial inventory in that the Bureau is never going to provide lottery tickets to somebody in their initial inventory. But I think without that statement, it's more that's more of a definition of inventory than initial inventory. And if you are going to define initial inventory, I think it does have to say things like, this is the these are the kinds of things that the Bureau is going to provide to an operator in a facility for which they will be responsible to maintain and count and at certain levels and return to the Bureau at the end of a contract, blah, blah, blah. That's in a BE facility.
I think putting the word inventory in here covers this. I don't know.
Oh, I was only speaking of the definition. I
yeah.
mean, and that's a suitable definition that's there. Initial inventory. It's just, I mean, there's two. Initial inventory and inventory are two different things, and that definition kind of covers both. That you probably need to have a definition that is specific to initial inventory and a definition that's specific to inventory, if you want to have those definitions. And you don't have to have them. I'm just a suggestion. And again, I'm speaking for Mott here. In defense of Mott, and I do agree with him. I do. And Mott's like E.F. Hutton to me. If Mott speaks, you better frickin' listen. He's saying something. He's saying something important. To understand it or not, you need to wrap your head around it before you move away from it. That's for sure.
Right. Well, we can definitely, that first sentence, I mean, of that initial inventory, I mean, that describes what inventory is, you know, before it gets into the whole part of what the Bureau buys and stuff. You know, the list of whatever it was, Sally said, goods, consumable and non-consumable, and, you know, so. Stock and supplies on hand and report the amount of the December and report the amount with the December and June monthly operating reports. I don't know. I must be fuzzy today because I think adding inventory to that, I don't see where that's confusing, but I'm concerned if other people do. I don't. Okay. So are we happy with putting inventory in there, or does that address everything? Okay. Frank, you next.
I don't think that, well, there's one of the first one here, I probably won't. Basically, again, it's 5F4. It says reasonable business purposes. See comment above about reasonable calls.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we had a big discussion about that one. And I think this is where we kind of fell.
10B2. And I think this is Mott. I believe this is Mott, says cure is not a term that belongs in the rules. It says, it should say, if correct or resolved is meant, that is what it should say.
That sounds like Mott.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
I think it's okay.
His point with cure was we're not medical doctors.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Let somebody else says.
In 11, this rule does not say that BE shall provide the operator with a copy of the Bureau grantor agreement, and it should.
Okay.
I thought that was in the rule somewhere else.
I think it
Derek?
is, John. Go ahead, Derek. Well,
yeah, it is. It's in the rule about BGAs and BOAs and TBOAs, that's where it exists, and it says that it has to be provided when they're during a transition. So it is there, but Mott's saying that it should be specifically enumerated as a responsibility of the Bureau to provide a BGA to a licensed operator, or as they enter into a BOA.
I think it's good. I mean, I don't care if it's in Rule 11 too. It don't, as long as it's in Rule, what is it, 7 with the transitions.
Yeah, and it always happens. It doesn't ever not happen. And
yeah, and it's a public record, so anyone could get it upon request anyway. It's not like the Bureau can say no, we're not going to give you one. Okay.
11E says says this wording makes it appear that the local selection committee and BE are somehow co-responsible for seeking and developing new business. This should read, seek and secure suitable vending facilities with input from the local selection panel.
I don't care either way. I think it says the same thing either way. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
11. It says 11. I can't tell if that's 11.1 or 11I. This
probably
has to do,
I.
think, yeah, BE should provide periodic reports to all operators in the preferred format on the state of the program's financial and its business operations. This should not have to be a matter of individual request for specific information.
Oh. Okay, he's saying that someone should have to request that the program should just send it out automatically every so often.
Yeah. That's what he was driving at.
Oh.
11K is, there was a lot of discussion over this. What constitutes an inventory inspection and what is its purpose? Inventory is not even in the definitions. Okay, well, I think it is now.
I don't know. Okay. Oh, there it is. Perform periodic inspections of inventory. We had this discussion at the last, or very shortly, one of the last meetings, and I think that everyone kind of decided to fall on this very simple, the very simple statement. I don't necessarily like it a lot myself, but I think that's where we kind of, as a group, came down.
Is it just going to be done, I guess, and I'm just asking, is it something that's going to be done at random? Is there going to have, something's going to have to happen to trigger it, or do any of us know, or does anybody know?
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all remember what we talked about with that? Because I know it was going to be something, we had a bunch of stuff in there and we made it simpler and did just this periodic inspections. I think, I know the program wanted to be able to, in case there was some kind of concern with what was being reported.
Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yes, Greg.
If I remember correctly, wasn't this boiling down to also about, and I could be wrong because the conversations get mixed together, but some of it too that, at any time we have access to the facilities and we can, I'm trying to, like I said, I might need some help, which what we were talking about, because I remember there was a lot of discussion around if somebody's out, you know, for a period of time, or I think this was somewhat around that. So
it was.
We went round and round. There was a million different reasons or options, and we kind of came to, if we make it simple, you know, a lot of them were, for lack of a better term, the once in a million year examples that we need. So it came down to a simpler statement that that we put in there.
Yep, I think so. All right. Anyone have more with that, or? Okay.
That's pretty open.
Frank?
I was just going to say, on that, I think that's pretty open and could be the wrong administration gets a hold of that. That could be used in many wrong ways, I think. But anyway. The other ones I'm looking at was and these are not my comments. I did. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it just says they get to look at it. I don't really get to say they get to do anything about it, I guess. So it's one of the reasons why we wanted to keep it simple. Because there was some talk before about verifying this and doing that and all this, and I it simply says they get to look, I guess, at it.
Well, all right. The only comments I got about 12 was there's one comment that I did get when I was explaining we were now going to have 8 electoral districts, and I did have an operator speak up and say, well, then they wanted a second representative for Cincinnati. And then I think the other comments that are in here were made, I believe they were by Mott, that talked about, you know, no need for 8 districts, can't get operators to run for representative now. It talks about, you know, the ties that could come up, and the only other one I had was, I think the only other one, I'm trying to scroll through here real quick, was under professional manner, and I think everybody was comfortable with it except for the last part of it, and many people still felt that was way open to interpretation. So I'm just
well, I agree with them on that one. So
yeah.
But be that as it may.
Trying to think if I forgot anything or anything I don't have in my notes. I think, but if I think of something else, that's everything I have. I want some other people to chime in.
Okay. We're gonna let other people chime in, and we're also gonna talk some about Rule 14. That's something we still need to address. We never finished up with it. So I'm wondering if we should take a break until 1 or so. Because it's already almost 12:30. It's probably going to be a little longer than a half hour. So what we need to do. So is everyone good with taking a break till 1 o'clock? Well, all
sure.
Right.
This is Greg.
Yeah. Why don't we break till 1 and then come back and finish up this discussion, and then, like I said, we want to talk a little bit about 14, and then hopefully be done. So
all right.
I'll see everyone at 1. Well, I guess we'll get started. You'll see who all's here.
Sorry, state workers.
Yeah.
They're getting younger and younger.
Yeah. All right. I'm here. Tom, you're here.
I'm here.
Frank?
I'm here.
Doug?
I'm here.
Larry?
Here.
Scott?
Yes, here.
Jim?
Yes, here.
Okay. We got all the reps here. See what alternates think the only two alternates. I know John, you're here. John Canady,
In body.
you back? Christopher?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. That was all the alternates we had originally. Any other alternates come on? Okay. Bureau folks, you guys all back?
Madam Chair, I believe so. Christy's here.
Okay. Okay.
Sally's here.
All right.
Amy's here.
Good. Oh. Oh, is that someone's puppy? Someone's puppy's here.
That's Sweetie again.
Aw, okay.
I'm having hot dogs for lunch, so she'll be whining.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we get back in the rules. See if there's any other things we want to fix, and then we'll do Rule 14 and hopefully be about done. So, anyone have any other things to bring up that was listed as a concern or something that someone questioned or needed clarification on or anything like that?
My group, they know everything on that.
Yeah. Okay.
You had two people show up though. Me and Jeff were there.
Yeah, and Jim.
Yeah,
Jim was,
you're right. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
yeah, Jim was there, and then Shelby came the next day to the Toledo meeting. So
I was curious to see who came because I talked to a lot of people, and a bunch of them said they were going to come.
yeah, nope. Shelby was the only one who did.
Wow.
Anyone else have anything they want to address with the for their meetings? Okay. Well, maybe we could have gotten done. Rule 14. That's one that's still up in the air. We gotta figure out. The Bureau sent a draft to everybody.
Right.
And that's their latest proposal. Did everyone get a chance to read it?
Yep.
When did that come out, Madam Chair?
I don't know.
It's about 2-3 weeks.
It's been, yeah,
March
it wasn't.
5th.
Okay. Maybe someone can read it real quick since that's the last rule, and it's a fairly short one. I don't have a Braille copy of it, so I can't read that one to y'all.
Madam Chair, I can read it.
Okay, thanks, Sally.
Sure. Rule 14, informal resolution, grievance, and arbitration. Letter A. OOD establishes this rule to satisfy the requirement of affording a fair hearing to licensees as required by 20 U.S.C. 107B6 and 34 CFR 395.13 in effect on the effective date of this rule. Letter B. A licensee dissatisfied with any Bureau of Services for the visually impaired action arising from the operation or administration of the BE program, including employment decisions and ministerial decisions, is encouraged to first attempt a pre-grievance meeting with the assigned area manager to resolve any issue. 1. BE shall schedule an informal meeting within 30 days of receiving the written request. This request for informal resolution is not a grievance. Letter C. A licensee may file a grievance and request a fair hearing when the licensee is dissatisfied with any BSBI action arising from the operation or administration of the BE program. 1. The request shall be made in writing and submitted to the BE manager. 2. The request shall be received by the BE manager within 365 calendar days of the date the licensee became or reasonably should have become aware of the action taken. 3. No grievance requesting a fair hearing shall be permitted concerning employment decisions or ministerial decisions of OOD, BSBI, or BE. D. Whenever a licensee files a grievance in accordance with Ohio law and this rule, BE shall schedule and conduct a fair hearing pursuant to Chapter 119 of the Revised Code, where such provisions do not conflict with the Randolph-Shepard Act, as amended in the following requirements. 1, BE shall schedule a fair hearing within 60 calendar days of receiving the grievance. 2, the fair hearing shall be conducted by an impartial hearing officer under contract with OOD. 3, the fair hearing shall be held in person at the OOD central office in Columbus, Ohio, or through an OOD-approved video conference software with the consent of the impartial hearing officer and the parties. Any person participating in a hearing may appear remotely through an OOD-approved video conference software. Any person participating remotely shall ensure compatibility and connectivity with OOD-approved video conference software prior to the start of the hearing. Proposed exhibits shall be exchanged between the parties and the hearing officer prior to the start of the hearing. E, while the grievance is pending, the BE manager or designee shall contact the licensee to determine if the grievance may be resolved informally. 1, any informal meeting shall be scheduled within 30 calendar days of receipt of the grievance. 2, the BE manager or designee shall provide a written summary of any informal meeting to the licensee with any proposed informal resolution. 3, the request shall proceed to a fair hearing unless the grievance is withdrawn. Letter F, the impartial hearing officer shall submit to BE a report and recommendation within 30 calendar days after the fair hearing has concluded. BE shall serve the report and recommendation on the licensee or licensee's attorney in accordance with 11909 of the Revised Code. The report and recommendation shall be based on the Randolph-Shepard Act and regulations as applicable, Ohio law and administrative code, and OOD policies and procedures. 1, the licensee may file written objections to the impartial hearing officer report and recommendation with the director of VSVI. Written objections must be received by the director of VSVI within 10 calendar days of the licensee receiving the report and recommendation in accordance with Section 11909 of the Revised Code. 2, the licensee may request the report and recommendation be served by other appropriate means after service is perfected. G, the director of VSVI shall issue an adjudication order approving, modifying, or disapproving the report and recommendation after considering all objections of the licensee in accordance with Section 11909 of the Revised Code. H, licensees may challenge the director of VSVI adjudication order by filing a complaint with the Secretary of Education pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 107D1 in effect on the effective date of this rule. 1, a 3-member ad hoc arbitration panel will arbitrate the disputes. Letter I, OOD shall have the fair hearing recorded in a manner that may be transcribed. Any party may request a transcript of the hearing at their own expense. Letter J, time limits created by this rule may be extended by mutual agreement of the parties. And that's it.
All right. Any thoughts or?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Right.
So I think the word fair should come out of there. I'm just going to say what I'm thinking and what other people probably think too is while there is a hearing process or a grievance process, to a large degree, it is not quote unquote fair to the operator because, the hearing officer, while somewhat impartial, is under contract by the agency. So the system to some degree is a little stacked against the operator. That doesn't mean operators haven't won and can't win, but I don't know that I would necessarily, I'm not even sure why the word fair is in there, but anyway. The other thing is, I know it references Ohio law a lot, and I know the federal side of the law for grievances comes into play, I believe, too. So I just don't want us to be restricted by Ohio law only, too, when there is federal, a federal law that governs grievances as well. Just my thoughts.
I'll tell you, my biggest
Madam Chair.
problem with it, most of it I thought was okay. The big glaring thing that I didn't like about, I don't like that it specifically references if you don't like the outcome of the hearing, the 119 hearing, that you go to arbitration. I'm worried that that takes away the prospect of a court case, because normally an operator after the hearing has the choice of going to either federal arbitration or to court, whether it be federal or local or whatever they believe would be their best benefit. I'm a little worried that that isn't listed in there either. Tom, did you have something?
I was going to reference what you just referenced, and also I was going to ask about the inclusion of the word fair, because it's not just in there once, it's in there a whole bunch. So why are we making it, I guess, why did we choose that word? Why, is there some legal distinction when you use the word fair hearing? Is this, they're making a very big point to use that term.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So I believe in the law it calls it a fair hearing. I think, and don't quote me on that. I'm going to have to look it up. But if I remember correctly, that's how it is referred to. You know, we can take out fair. I don't sweat that one. You know, I think Rick was just trying to pull the same language out of the Ohio law and the federal code. I don't know which one that's in. So that's where that came from. There isn't any ulterior motive. There's no trying to make us look good by calling these fair. It was just pulling language out. So, and as far as taking a case to court, I guess that wasn't included because that's always an option. We can't say that you can't, and we can't say that you have to go to. So I think it's just, you always have the right to file and go to court, whether the court accepts the case or grants the TRO or not. And I can't believe I know all these terms now, but that's always again, like you that at any time. So
but so
that's
is
why that's
arbitration.
not included.
Yeah, so is arbitration, but that's included. My worry would be that a crafty attorney, if an operator thought it was in their best interest to go the court route as opposed to the federal arbitration route, I'd be worried that a crafty attorney with the state would try and prohibit that and saying, here in our rules, it says they have to go to arbitration.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
Go ahead.
Or at the very least, suggest that have you exhausted all your have you exhausted that which is enumerated in the rule before you came to court? That could also be a concern. You're right in it. And I just quickly, while I have the floor, I want to say that I'm glad Greg's not tied to the word fair, but I do think it needs to be replaced with something, and it should be replaced with the term that's used in the federal law, which is evidentiary hearing. So, for what that's worth.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So so you guys are looking for some language that, or making it clear that you don't, trying to find the wording here, as always, an operator can choose or exercise options in federal, state, or whatever, or the appropriate court.
I would think
you're looking for something along those lines.
Yeah, I don't want, according to this, the only option available is the arbitration option for appeal. And like Derek said, I said, somebody could argue that it has to go through that entire process before it could get to court. And I would not want to see that be in place. Yes, Tom.
I would also be concerned that if you attempted to file in some sort of court and they were to look at that and say that's not one of the avenues open to you based on these rules you agreed to. So I would think it needs to be included in there just so it doesn't get rejected from a court out of hand as an inappropriate venue for that case to be heard.
Okay, so what, Sally, what, can you read that section, that sentence again? Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Yes, give me just a second. I have to see what section that was.
And Madam Chair, if I may also, while Sally's looking that up.
Yeah.
I want to explain my opposition to the word fair hearing or the phrase fair hearing. I don't know if there's some legal definition of that. Therefore, I like Derek's suggestion that we go with the definition we all know applies to Randolph-Sheppard matters. I don't know that fair hearing is, I don't know if that's defined somewhere in law, so I would hate for us to use that in our rule package and then restrict ourselves to that definition.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug. Well, Sally's looking.
I just wanted to say that evidentiary is more neutral sounding than fair. Fair implies leaning one way.
Yeah, I think their intent. Well, the intent of the law is probably that it doesn't lean one way, but we all know that's honestly not the case.
Right.
Because when the hearing officer is paid for by one party, it's obviously not a fair hearing. So.
Yeah. So
evidentiary
makes it sound more neutral.
That's not anything the Bureau here has done. That's in the 119 law, but it's where what the legislatures when they wrote that were drinking. I don't know, but.
Madam Chair,
Yeah. Yes, Greg.
I think Sally was trying to make sure we have the right spot. Were you talking about when you disagree, as an operator disagrees with the hearing officer's decision?
Yes, it goes on then to what the director gets to do with and then it talks about objections and then it goes on to the arbitration.
Okay, you got it, Sally.
Yep. Okay, so 1, the licensee may file written objections to the impartial hearing officer report and recommendation with the director of BSVI. Written objections must be received by the director of BSVI within 10 calendar days of the licensee receiving the report and recommendation in accordance with section 11909 of the revised code. Anything there we need to talk about?
Yeah, that's kind of different, but I'm not sure that I don't like it or not. It sounds nice, but I have to give that one a little more thought. But go on past that.
Okay. Number 2, the licensee may request the report and recommendation be served by other appropriate means after service is perfected.
I have no clue what that means.
I was going to say, what does that mean?
Yeah, that sentence means, I don't know what that means.
Sally, could we have that again, please?
Sure. The licensee may request the report and recommendation be served by other appropriate means after service is perfected. So I'm wondering
what's
if that means
Ethan, are you format. Ethan, are you back on here? Because that sounds very legalese. I don't know if that.
I think it's another way of saying preferred format.
Yeah, no, I don't even know if that's what that means.
I don't think so.
Ethan?
Yes.
Did you hear that sentence? And can you tell us what you think that means?
No, I did not hear that sentence. I apologize.
That's okay. The licensee may request the report and recommendation be served by other appropriate means after service is perfected.
Sorry, repeat that one more time. You kind of cut out on me.
Sure. The licensee may request the report and recommendation be served by other appropriate means after service is perfected.
I don't really see a problem with that at all.
But we don't know what it is. We don't know what.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes.
So, somebody's unmuted and there's a lot of background noise, but if I'm understanding, and Ethan, maybe this helps with the context, this is saying that if you disagree after it's been rendered, you can have it heard by other means appropriately, like a court, or is that what that is?
I think it's almost getting at objections, really, because typically when an R&R is issued, the governing body will have time to issue the final order, and any objections will typically come before that final order in an administrative appeal such as this. So I think that's the timing that it's kind of alluding to. So like once the R&R has been rendered, the report and recommendation, you can, the division should be sending, or the Bureau should be sending out the report and recommendation, and then, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Should send out the report and recommendation, and then if any objections are to be presented there, and then the final order will be presented based on the report recommendation or any changes due to the objections.
Okay, well here's my thought. I don't know if it's what it says, then that's what it should say. I don't want something in the rule that nobody knows what it means. So I don't know what it means, and most of us around here, I mean, we just had Ethan explain it, and I still am not quite sure what it means. So I really don't want anything in the rule that we don't know what it means. Derek?
Derek was, yeah.
Ethan explained it exactly right, and Ethan is probably one of the only people in the room that understands what is intended by this. And it doesn't belong in this rule. Most of this language doesn't belong in this rule, because what this is an accounting of all the rights that you have throughout the process within the rule, and that isn't necessary, and it can create more problems than it solves. I don't know why Rick thought to put it in there, and Ethan, I mean, maybe you would disagree with what I'm suggesting, but to my fellow operators and to the committee, I'm telling you that this amount of language that describes what your rights are throughout the process of filing a grievance, of obtaining a 119 hearing, of requesting a federal arbitration, of having arbitration, or in the very specific notion of presenting objections to the report and recommendation of the hearing officer that Ethan just described to you, that nobody understands anyway, doesn't belong in this rule. Most of this language doesn't belong in this rule.
So, Madam Chair, it's Christy. I've got a couple things.
Okay.
One, we're fine with changing fair hearings to evidentiary hearings. We're fine with that. I am, in full disclosure, texting Matt, he's our lawyer, trying to figure out what the intent of this was. And again, what he's saying with this one on number 2, and I agree, everyone is confused on what it says and what it means. He's saying that it's like how the person's informed. Is it, because again, certified mail versus electronic, and it's how their service means how they're informed. So that's the confusion on this piece right here. And then that's as far as I've gone. The fair versus evidentiary, and just number 2. The licensee may request a report and recommendation be served. I'm fine with even saying served by certified mail or any other means they want, like to put it that way, to put it that clear.
Okay.
Madam Chair. We can put in that the R&R is their preferred method of communication.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally. I'm sorry.
It sounds like it is required by 119 of the revised code that we must also send the R&R via certified mail. And then I believe this number 2 is saying we can also send it in another format.
Well, let's just say that then. If we're going to leave it in the rule, let's just say that where people understand it, not this servicing perfection stuff and all that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Based on our experience over the last 2-3 months, we should also probably say that it should be in a format that is readable by, or that is usable by us, because the documents we received were totally useless to us, basically, in the last couple months.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. Yeah, if we're going to put all this gobbledygook in the rule about you receiving things and everything, it should be received in a format that an operator can read.
Madam Chair.
I think preferred method of communication would cover that. And again,
no, it would not.
No, it won't.
No, it will not.
So
Can I explain why I say that, Madam Chair?
You can. You can.
I literally had to change computers and use a OCR package to read the files that were sent to me by email, and I should not have to do that working,
So John,
dealing with BSVI.
John, I agree.
And
I totally agree. And so going forward, all of our hearing officer contracts are going to be changed to ensure that.
But I think it should be in the rules.
Yeah, we're going to put all this service gobbledygook in there. It should be in the rule that the operator, because John's absolutely right. We get these hearing officer reports that, yeah, it's sent in my preferred format, which is email, but I can't read them.
Madam
yes,
Chair.
Sally. Yes, Sally.
What if we change the language to say the licensee may request the report and recommendation be served in a format that is accessible to the licensee?
I'm cool with that.
I don't think we should have to request it per se. I think it should be automatically done.
Well, Madam
Chair, the definition of service means we serve the R&R on the licensee by certified mail.
Okay.
Which I think again goes to that 119, which again, in all honesty, I don't think you guys care about. You care about that it's in a accessible format.
Yeah, you can send whatever certified mail. I don't ever go get it anyway because it's a pain in the rear end. But you can send, I want it sent in a way I can read it. So.
Well, Madam Chair,
yes,
the
right.
And if your preferred format, like the majority is email, the problem is certain phones or computers or whatever system you happen to be running, it's not always compatible. So the operator or licensee is going to have to let the agency know, what kind of document. Because like what you and John were talking about, I had a horrible time trying to read that on the iPhone. I opened that, I'm like, what in the world is this? I had to go to the desktop computer, and it was, I was able to read it, but it was just, it was all together. It was crazy. But anyway.
It was. Yep.
I got through it. But my only concern is if people have down preferred format as their email, like I assume you and John both do, and that's what they went by. The problem was the type of document they were using. I don't know if they were using just straight pictures. I think they were, or something along those lines.
They were.
Yeah, that's where the issue came in. It wasn't like a Word document or something.
Right. So
Madam Chair, this is
yes,
Greg. So if we're agreeable, we will change it to preferred or their preferred accessible format. It was an issue that popped up. We hadn't had that problem with that hearing officer before, and it got sent out without us taking a look or realizing what had happened. So we apologize, and we're correcting those contracts. Part of what we do in our division also is work with making sure that everything we send out OOD wide is accessible, and so we will make sure that with putting that accessible piece in there, but we will make sure that stuff that gets sent out is accessible. I understand your guys' frustration, and it was unfortunate that it had to happen, but we're taking steps to correct that, and we will make sure we do better moving forward.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Another question. Okay, and maybe Sally, you can help too. Where does it say preferred format or accessible format? Because the whole thing, if we have that somewhere in there, we can take out the whole service line. It doesn't matter. It's going to automatically be done by 119 anyway, and it has to be sent probably certified. But what we care about in the rule is that it's accessible, preferred communication. Accessible, right?
Yes.
Yes, I went ahead and I had already changed that.
Okay.
So the licensee may request the report and recommendation be served in a format that is accessible to the licensee.
Perfect.
Once again, it should just be sent to the operator shouldn't have to request it in that format. It should be sent to them in their format.
The licensee will be sent the report and recommendation, and then the rest of the sentence.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
Thank you.
Derek?
Okay. Yes, Derek.
I want to, I think my statement that there's too much language in this rule that doesn't need to be here may have been overlooked. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not common and it's not necessary to lay out all these things that are already in laws and rules and regulations. They already exist. You don't have to do them this way. And one of the dangers of it is, and I want to read part of F that we've just been discussing to you, and hopefully that will be evidence of, and it's not going to seem clear at first, but think about it for a minute. It says under F, talking about the impartial hearing officer shall submit to BE a report and recommendation within 30 calendar days after the fair hearing is concluded. And then it says BE shall serve the report and recommendation on the licensee or licensee's attorney in accordance with 11909 of the revised code. Now here's the part. The report and recommendation shall be based on the Randolph-Shepard Act and regulations, comma, as applicable, comma, Ohio law and administrative code, comma, and OOD policies and procedures. They just made a distinction between the applicability or the force of the Randolph-Shepard Act and its regulations against with the Ohio law, administrative code, and Ohio OOD policies and procedures. They made a subtle shift as to their importance and relevance to the hearing officer's report and recommendation. Now, I don't know, because I'm not an attorney, how great that effect might be perceived or used in any kind of litigation, but it shouldn't be here, because whatever that's trying to say has already been accomplished elsewhere.
Yeah, I guess I don't get, Greg, you're probably the best one to answer it here, why all this ended up in our rules. I mean, we were talking about the days and what could be grievable, and the rest of the rule kind of went on. We were all pretty much in agreement. You have the hearing, and the parties can agree on time limits and stuff like that. Where did all this, the notion for all this stuff to even be in the rule, come from?
Madam Chair, it was basically, the thought was to spell out so everybody understood what the steps and what the process was. I think it was the idea of making sure that it was there with the rules, and it clarified what the steps in the process and how it works. There wasn't it wasn't any other reasoning or anything other than to lay out the grievance process, the appeal hearing process, and so that it's all there.
Yeah, and I'm just worried that I don't necessarily I'm kind of halfway between the program and Derek. I don't have a problem with the rights of operators being laid out in the process. Like, that objection thing, I never even knew that existed. I'll be honest with you. So stuff like that, you know, we can talk about, and I don't have a problem with it being in there. But that stuff about the Randolph-Shepard Act, if applicable and stuff, Derek, and Derek, don't take this the wrong way, but Derek and his not being an attorney, you know, educated guess knowing the program, found a flaw that can be used against an operator by that being there. So what could attorneys do with that?
So, Madam Chair, again,
no offense, Derek.
So we don't want hearing officers to make reports based on other laws. We want them to make a report based off of the Randolph-Shepard Act. We don't want them to go outside of that to make their recommendations. So again, I think it's the opposite. I think it is to protect the operators, not to, I don't know. And it's my understanding too that it's very similar to what they have with the VR.
Madam Chair, Derek.
Yes, Derek.
The point I was trying to make is that in enumerating which laws and regulations the hearing officer will use, you limited the use of the federal law to say, if applicable. You didn't make the same limitation when you enumerated the Ohio law or the regulations or the OOD policies and rules. That's the distinction. You've made a distinction of one set of rules that should, you know, and it's probably dangerous for you to even think that a hearing officer might not use laws otherwise. And that has to do with your contract with your hearing officer. That doesn't have anything to do with our rules or our interaction with the 119 process. This stuff doesn't belong there. And I don't know if Ethan's able to speak out in defense of what I'm saying, but if he has a mind to, I hope that he will, because this isn't necessary and can be just as detrimental as, anyway, I apologize. This stuff's really important, and this is such a drastic change from where we were proceeding that think carefully before you accept what's being presented, because it's this, trust me, and I won't equate myself to E.F. Hutton, but I'm telling you, that's dangerous.
So, Madam Chair, before,
yes,
I don't know, and Ethan, I feel putting in a bad spot because I don't know if he's even seen it. Again, the idea where, you know, it's putting up guardrails so it's very clear to the hearing officers, and this isn't in a contract. This is so that they understand it's the Randolph-Shepard Act, regulations, Ohio law, and the administrative code is what they need to be basing their decision on. So, you know, I don't know what else. I can't, you know, that's why it's there. It's not a, again, this isn't a nefarious thing to try and find loopholes to get over on operators. You know, it's, and I'll look at the applicable thing. Maybe it's in the wrong, so I don't know. I need to look at that. But again, this isn't about, it's making it clear what the hearing officer and these decisions need to be based on, which is good for both us and the operators, so that they don't get somebody who cites something outside of that they shouldn't be.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
As I listen to that, it sounds like exactly what Derek is saying. It sounds like, excuse me a second. As it reads, it sounds like it says, well, hearing officer, you can look at the Randolph-Shepard Act, but only on a limited basis, but give priority to, and the word priority isn't there, but it sounds like it's giving, you know, favoring the Ohio law. And I think for a hearing officer to make an informed decision, they have to look at the Randolph-Shepard law or Randolph-Shepard Act and Ohio to make a complete decision. I don't think there should be an exception for one or the other.
I honestly think we should go back to not having all of this stuff in the rule. Go back. The first part of the rule's fine. We can talk about that. I don't know that we needed to expand the rule to this degree. You know, we've lived just fine with our rule the way it was. Now we want to change some of the things to make it better, but I don't know that all of this having in there does. It doesn't. This part's part of the law, and you know, 119 is already established. That's the route we have to go. We're going to put in the rule like we always have, that it's got to follow 119 and go from there. I just don't know that all this needs to muddy the water. Derek, did you ask for?
No,
no, I didn't. But I'll gladly take it anytime you offer.
Oh,
when it comes to such things. And I if I may have the floor, I would like to say I'm not suggesting that anything that the proffering of this is nefarious in any way. I'm suggesting that by expanding this the way that you have, you're allowing things to happen that are allowing those things becomes dangerous. I'm not suggesting that it was done intentionally or in a nefarious way. Certainly not. But I am saying that my example that I gave may have been clumsily prepared or written, and therefore could create a problem that will become dangerous to an operator or the program even down the road. And so I just think it's not necessary to have all this language, because it will create more problems than it solves. The main problem should be, how do you get, how do you file a grievance? What gives you standing? What's timely? And then you use language like, after they receive the grievance, then you're notified that according to Chapter 119, that's your rights. You don't have to enumerate the rights. You don't have to reiterate 119. You just have to say it's your right to a hearing once you file the grievance. That's all. As in the current rule. And by the way, I still disagree wholeheartedly with anything in this rule other than you file a grievance, you get an informal meeting, and you get a hearing. And at anywhere along that line, you can withdraw your grievance, or you can settle your grievance, or you can proceed through the process with your grievance. Anything else is extraneous and has been proven to be dangerous in the last couple of years, and in previous years, long times ago, it's been misused as well. It's not detrimental to the program to hear all grievances in any way, shape, or form. It never has been. It never will be. It might occasionally be a pain in the butt, but it's necessary. It's more important to hear all of them than it is to hear less of them. So that's my thing about the rule in its entirety. But this is presented is extremely dangerous. Please don't allow it to go through this way. Meet somewhere in the middle that doesn't include this stuff that I predict will cause more problems, more harm than good.
Madam Chair.
This is
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say I sent it to Ethan so he can read through it.
Yeah, I just took a look at subsection F here of Rule 14. I mean, as my job here being the AG for the committee, I can make recommendations, but it's ultimately the committee's decision to work with the BSVI here to get these rules approved. And in looking at the sentence that is at issue here, I legally do not see an issue with the way that it's constructed. I understand the as applicable causes some disdain there. I mean, that could be removed, and it could be the Randolph-Shepard Act, Ohio law, and Ohio Administrative Code, and OOD policies and procedures. What I think the Bureau is trying to get at here is to explain through the steps that are provided in Rule 14 here are the steps that need to be taken by a grievant, and what BSVI is going to need to do from their side as well to make sure that the individual gets a hearing that complies with the Ohio Revised Code, specifically 119, and that complies with other laws and procedures that govern the actions that occurred.
Okay, I'm back. I had dropped off for a second, everybody. So I apologize, but I don't know.
Did you hear what Ethan had to say?
I did hear the last part of what Ethan said, that he's fine with all this being in there.
Do we have all that in our? We don't have all that in our current rule, though.
No,
do we? I don't,
no. This is all new.
No.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
Why is it important to put all of this in this rule and not in the other rules where federal and state laws apply?
Madam Chair.
I mean, why don't we enumerate that it's the obligation of the program by reiterating, you know, to provide inventory and equipment and to find suitable sites? Why don't we go through and outline all of those things specifically via the rules that they that apply to those requirements? I don't understand the need for it. It doesn't need to be there, is my point. And it hasn't ever been there, and it doesn't need to be. And why don't you do it for all the rules? Why are you only doing it for this one?
Greg, were you trying to speak?
Yes. So, you know, again, this was one of those rules where there was, you know, there's lots of questions, there's lots of steps, there's different and not that none of the other ones do, but there's a lot that goes into this one, and laying it out so that everybody's on the same page about what they have to do and what the responsibilities are. I guess we just felt like it was in everybody's best interest to have this in the rule package to look at. You know, and it involves, this is an important rule for everyone, and it's important that it's clear for everybody. That's why. And, you know, I don't know how else to say it, but, you know, why hasn't it ever been in here before? There's lots of stuff that's never been in the rules package before, and we're trying to make it better, make it more usable. So again, it's a complicated process, and, you know, it was about making it clear for all of us what the steps are and whose responsibilities for what, and what some of the options are.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
Someone's going to shoot me for what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyways. There are a lot of operators who don't know what the process is and how it works, and parts of this, I'm not saying all of it, make it easier for them to understand how it works and what they need to do without having to read all the other laws as well. So I personally don't have a problem with having all the processes in there. I mean, I don't like the part about the applicable part, but the actual processes that they have available to us, I think are actually good to be in there.
That's where I kind of was too, John, somewhere in the middle. I don't have a problem with some of the steps being lined out and telling folks their rights, as long as we're not limiting them. Right. We still talked about the thing with the courts not being in there, and Greg said he'll look at that. I'm a little worried if there's other things that I'm not aware of, and like Derek said, that can be used against our folks. You know, by enumerating all of these steps. In theory, I don't have a problem with the things being outlined and telling people, I'll use the objection thing. If that's in the current law, well, shame on me. I didn't know that you could object to something the hearing officer put in their R&R. So it's good to know that sort of thing. But I don't want anything to be used against people. And I definitely don't like the if applicable for one law and not all of them. Trying to lessen the because according to that, all an attorney would have to do is argue that the law is not applicable and try and get rid of them even using it. So I don't know. I don't like. I like it simple.
Madam Chair, that's what I was going to suggest. Why don't we just use, you know, the newer language, except for all of this expansion stuff, and keep it the same basic outline as our current Rule 14, but with the updated language, if that makes sense to you or everybody.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I like the first part of the rule, the meeting with the area manager. The 365-day thing, obviously, that's real good. You know, we have to talk about it. It's a lot better than what we have. We've taken out some of the exemptions. You know, it's better. It's definitely better than what we have. We still have the informal meeting. I don't know my thoughts on all that gobbledygook about how the hearings are going to take place. They're at OOD's office, and or we could do it online, and you got to have a thing that's compliant with their system and your internet and all that. I don't know if I like all that.
And Madam Chair,
yeah.
And Madam Chair, that's one area where that's one thought I had. I'm like, what if you don't have the capability to do video? You know, can you do it like the ones we did recently? I know I did all of my stuff over the phone.
Yeah, I don't. I thought that was kind of. I thought all that was kind of goofy in there, and I haven't formed an opinion yet on what my thoughts are on that. I have trouble absorbing things when I hear them. I like reading them in Braille to really get my mind around things. But
if somebody has the capability or is able to do it by video, that's fine. But what if, you know, they're more comfortable with audio? I'm more comfortable with audio. Anyway.
So, Madam Chair, again,
yes.
Go ahead, Ethan. I say the same thing.
When it comes, okay, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to answer the question that you maybe have there, Greg, but when it comes to the means of appearing during a hearing, the problem is with COVID right now has presented a bunch of issues. One of the biggest issues is still under general rules of testifying witnesses. It is really the only method that has been applied that you have the right to cross-examine or examine that witness face-to-face. So that is why the video conference software is in there, because typically in those scenarios, well, not typically, pretty much in all scenarios, it has to be a face-to-face interaction to allow you to cross-examine, and that's just to prove that you are who you are and a bunch of other things. So that's why the video software is in there, and I believe that is dictated under the current House bill. I think it's House Bill 263 that dictates how these hearings are supposed to be conducted at this time. And I do believe that it does state that video conferencing is required. So, because I've had other clients that have this issue where somebody wants to testify just via phone call, and that does not fly for them. Other places have put computer systems in place where that individual can come to a facility and testify via a video means. So I think that's why the video conferencing thing is in there at this time.
okay, well that's fine, but then I have objection to it being in the rule that all hearings will take place at in Columbus. Because if somebody can't call in and then they can't, have a video thing and stuff, then they got to be the ones to travel. Why is it up to the operator to have to incur the cost of an expense of traveling, the expense of paying their attorney to travel if their attorney is a local person, say in Toledo, and the state doesn't have to do that.
And that to answer your question, Mayor, I mean, that should be covered typically when it comes to travel expense or things like that. I know of other clients that reimburse the individual for traveling to Columbus. There are other clients that I have had that they require the same exact thing that is being required here, that the person who is appealing the decision travel to the location of the governing state agency there. I mean, it happens with BMV cases. All BMV cases are held here in Columbus, the Department of Public Safety, where that individual has to travel from wherever they reside because they're the one that is appealing the decision of the Bureau. So, and they can get typically travel costs covered for that purpose. So, and typically that's a form that I don't know if the Bureau has that exactly, but I know that other state agencies do, where they will reimburse that individual for the travel time that they incur, the travel cost and time that they incurred to come and testify at their own hearing.
Even if they're the grievant?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we've done that before. We have paid for expense to travel, mileage.
So, Greg, let me ask you this. Are all VR hearings held in Columbus?
I believe so. I will defer. I think Matt is on the line. Again, I believe they all are required to. I know with COVID, we've been able to do things virtually, but yes, because it's required of a face-to-face, as Ethan put it, face-to-face meeting for cross-examination, and all the VR hearings prior to the pandemic were required face-to-face. Even on the Social Security agency in our other division, when there's hearings around their redeterminations on their benefits, those redeterminations have to be done. There's an in-person hearing requirement.
I understand in person,
too,
but they make all the folks, no matter what their disability is, and this, because VR is disability wide, you know, there's all kinds of other aspects. Somebody in Cleveland or Cincinnati or something, if they want to appeal and have a hearing based on their VR determination, those people all have to travel to Columbus.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is Matt. Yes.
Yeah.
All VR cases are heard in person in Columbus, Ohio, or
well, that stinks.
we now have the video conference exception that if they can maintain confidentiality, because their hearings are confidential, yours are not necessarily.
Right. I understand that. Yeah.
That they can do it in their own home or any location in their area. They can even go to one of our branch facilities. As long as they can maintain confidentiality of the hearing, they can do it via video conference. If they cannot do it, then they have to appear in Columbus, Ohio.
Well, that's a crappy law. Gotta get somebody working on that. That just seems like an undue, burden to some people. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. Well, I don't like any of this in the rule. I just have to say. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Greg.
Yep.
So, we're very close. So
we are.
I think, we sent this out a while ago, and I think we need to keep at this. So what specifically, even if what are the pieces that, because I've heard both sides of it. Some people say, yeah, it was helpful. It's okay to have the steps in there. Others are against having any of the steps and expanding the rule. And some people have said a middle road. So when people just say, I don't like any of the new stuff, I think for us to hammer this out, like, can we go through and explain or tell us again, like, can we just kind of go down it a little bit?
Well, I think we can. I think, and I'm speaking a lot. I'd like to have other committee people chime in too, with it. We're getting caught a lot on this new stuff in the rule. Is everybody good with the beginning of the rule? Let's get that part. That's been the part that we've been, going back and forth on before now. Okay. I take that
Derek?
there's not. Yes, Derek.
Well, I understand the notion of A. I'll read it quickly so everybody has it fresh in their mind. OOD establishes this rule to satisfy the requirement of affording a fair hearing to licensees as required by 20 USC 107B and 34 CFR 395.13 and effect on the effective date of the rule. Now, what really does that mean, and why does it need to be stated? Why does OOD feel the need to establish this rule for that purpose? They're required to do that without the rule. It just seems cyclical to me and unnecessary to make this point. And I apologize for being contentious about this so much, but I think it's so important. And I think the Bureau doesn't. I think OOD doesn't want to satisfy the requirement, because the requirement of 20 USC 107B6 is to hear all grievances and to provide an evidentiary hearing in all of those cases, unless, of course, it can be resolved before the hearing. But that's the requirement of 20 USC 107B6. And if they really wanted that, they would just hear all of them.
That is ironic. Very good point, Derek. And I said we've all kind of agreed to the 1 year thing and this and that, but it is true. The law says everything will be heard, and then we go. This rule here says we're doing this because of this law, and then we're going to tell you how we're not going to do it. So I guess my problem with a lot of this is, and like I said, I liked a few of the things in here, but we did all this. We've been working so diligently for years at this point to make the rules more simpler, easier to understand. And we've went back and forth on some of the issues and debate, and that's just part of doing rules. And even Rule 14 here, we've gone back and forth on what's a grievance and what should be heard and stuff. But the whole point, our whole reason for doing this so big undertaking of the rules, instead of just sending something to JCAR and RSA and said we reviewed them as is, we're just going to keep them the same, is to clarify and simplify and take the confusion away from the rules. And then we've taken this rule and we've made it 10 times more confusing than it ever was in the first place.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Doug.
I simply made some notes on Rule 14 when we were getting ready for the rank and file meeting. And I basically have notes that basically say you get an informal meeting to start with to try to resolve the grievance. If that fails, you get the grief. You have 60 days to do that. Then you move on, and if you are unhappy with the hearing officer, then you petition the director. If you're unhappy with that, then you go to the Secretary of Education.
Or the courts.
More needs to be said.
Yep, or the courts.
Or the court.
Yeah.
But that's what I was prepared to tell the rank and file operators in my district.
Yep.
And if there was more that I missed in that rule, well, I thought, because somebody in the audience is going to say something to me about that and bring it to my attention. If I couldn't answer it, I'd say, I can't answer that. I'll get back to you. I'll find the answer and get back to you. But to me, it's pretty cut and dry.
Madam Chair.
Yes, great.
So, I hear, what Doug and everybody on here who's very actively involved and understands and reads a lot of everything that goes out and is very involved. But, on the other hand, I also hear, well, I didn't know about this and I wasn't sure about that. So part of the idea is to make this more user-friendly and understandable so that the operators understand and can go here and it is even more I feel like it's summarized and shrunk down a little bit from all the administrative rule, Ohio law, and federal code. It's a little more reader friendly. I know not 100%, obviously, it's still rules. So I guess I look at it as that's what we're trying to accomplish, so that operators aren't caught off guard by deadlines, or I can object to this, or, oh, you know, they could disagree with the hearing officer order and issue adjudication order, or as you guys said, maybe we need to make sure we put a clarifying statement in that, you know, at any time you can pursue, you know, in the appropriate court of law. So I guess I feel like what you're asking for is what we were trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, but I don't think you did, I guess. I get you were trying to. I understand that. Yeah, yes, Duh.
So hold on.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Greg.
Let me respond to Annette, please. So, you know, when you say that, but please give me, all you say is you don't like all this in here. Well, what does that mean? Like, this is where I struggle, because you say you don't like it and it's too much, and then it's, well, don't, you know, but we want it to explain some things and people to understand and have the rules as a good tool for them. So
Yeah, all this stuff about, you know, where it's supposed to be, and the, you know, the stuff with the videos and all that, which we don't even know if it's going to stay that way. It sounds like the whole video stuff, and it just seems so convoluted, and maybe that's just how the law is. I don't know, but you know, we had a nice simple little rule, and now we've stretched it all out and stuff. And I'm not talking about the things we've talked, you know, the 45 versus 365 days and those type of changes. I'm talking about this. It just seems simple. You go to the hearing, and you're right. There is a couple things I learned about the objections on today. I learned a couple things. Shame on me for not knowing that to start with. So I get that, but it just seems so convoluted. I mean, the first sentence of the rule: we're writing this rule to be in compliance with this law and that law and everything. And like we pointed out, then you go through and say, you know, how you're not going to be compliant with those laws. But be that as it may, it just, none of our other rules start off that way. We don't do rules. We're writing this rule to be in compliance with this and this and this and this. And then here we're going to spell out the entire law of how to do it.
Madam Chair, as far as that beginning part of that rule, I don't know why that needs to be there, because the rule goes into effect the date the whole rules package goes into effect. Like any other rules package, whenever, you know, that rules package goes in, or may go into effect, that's the date that rule becomes effective. And I think Greg was asking for specifics on some of the other language that we, the one thing is what Derek ran reference to. And there were some other things in there, and I think we need to, I don't know if we need to go through them, not read all of them maybe, but go through them and see so we can give Greg exactly what we are referring to, and see if we can't get something worked out to where all of us are happy.
Right, and I appreciate that, Frank, because Greg, I know you asked for specifics, and I'm at a big disadvantage here that I'm talking kind of in generalities instead of specifics, because I do not have the rule in front of me where I can read it to point out
Derek,
exact sentences and stuff. But if others want to do that, like I said, so I know I'm talking in generalities as opposed to line this and rule, you know, number that and everything that you were asking for, and I just can't do that.
Madam Chair.
Having it in Braille.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that, you know, if an operator is approaching this level where they're considering a one-man team hearing and taking their grievance this far, it doesn't make sense to me that an operator would go after that all by themselves without some sort of legal representation. You know, it's like that old saying goes, you know, anybody that goes into court by themselves and pleads their own case has a fool for a lawyer. A fool for a client, I believe it is.
Or they have a very poor,
right.
you know, not very deep pockets and can't afford one.
So as to the, you know, as to the complexity of this rule, it really is half of one, half dozen of the other. You know, I think you're going to have representation at this point in time. So why not make it simple?
Well, you're not necessarily going
to
to have
representation. They'll give you the details. Trust me.
We've had several operators who defended or represented themselves at the 119 level. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure, but that's not the bulk of the folks out there.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank. And then I didn't hear who the other one was.
I was going to ask if you would be comfortable with Derek, if he could pull it up, or if he has that, could find that, if we could go through some of that. Would you rather wait and read it yourself? I understand that too.
2:14 p.m. Well, it's how the committee wants to proceed. I don't know. I mean, we can go through it.
I don't know that we're going to solve it, but
I don't know that we're going to. Yeah, I think it's a bigger thing than a line by line thing.
So, Madam Chair, this is Greg.
I heard several people and don't know who any of them were.
I just said I'm on my last phone.
Okay, all right though. Who else started to speak?
It's Matt.
Oh, Matt. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
So, in response to some of the comments on A, the in effect on the effective date of this rule is required by JCAR when you cite to a federal statute. And so you can't just cite the statute and not say in effect on the effective date of this rule. They'll send it back to us as saying, no, you can't incorporate future changes to the law in your rule. It has to be the law as it's written at the time that you adopt your rule. And so that's just a term of art that JCAR requires. It doesn't mean anything else than it's the rule that is in place. It's the statute that's in place without any future changes at the time you adopt your rule. Now, the reason for Rule A is that the Code of Federal Regulations requires state licensing agencies to specify in writing and maintain procedures whereby we afford a full evidentiary hearing to a blind vendor. And so A acknowledges the requirement that we are required to establish these procedures in Rule 14 to set forth those procedures to afford the full evidentiary hearing. So it's a transparency issue. It tells everyone, blind vendors in particular, this is the authority under which you can file a grievance. And if you have questions on that authority, here it is, you can go look it up for yourself. Instead of having them go search for something in 3 different places, it's all in one place so that they can read it for themselves and, quite frankly, not hire an attorney if they don't want to hire one.
Yeah, but thank you, Matt, for clearing that. But the problem is then you go on forward to say, we're going to follow the law, and we're doing all this in accordance with the Randolph-Shepard Act and follow law, and then we're going to go forward and put out processes where we don't follow the law, where we exclude things that can be grieved, where we put time limits, which, and I don't know if we want to get into a debate on all that. We've kind of semi-agreed to some of that stuff, but that does not follow the law. That is in violation of the law. So say, to put a big, glaring sentence at the top of the rule saying, hey, we're going to follow the Randolph-Shepard Act, and then to write sentences in the rule that doesn't, just seems kind of strange.
Madam Chair, this is Matt.
Yeah.
My understanding is all of those other issues that you just brought up were resolved at prior meetings.
They
There
were.
may be concern about them still, but my understanding is we've moved past those particular issues at this point.
We had, but now you're putting a big old sentence up there saying that you're going to follow them. We did. I don't necessarily want to get into the debating on, you know, the 365 days. We did come to tentative agreements on those things. But you're putting a sentence up there saying we're following the law, and then you have paragraphs afterwards where you don't. And that's where the rub's kind of coming in.
So, Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So, not to keep, you know, beating the dead horse here, you know, we feel that, you know, we have a difference of opinion on what the law allows us to do and doesn't allow us to do, I guess, in this case, for lack of a better term. And so that's where I think I understand your point of view because of where you feel what the law, Randolph Shepherd, and the law says about grievances and what can or should not at all be excluded, versus our opinion on it defers then to the state. And so we've tried to kind of thread the needle in the middle and find a middle ground for us to work from, but understanding that that's where we're at. So you know, that's in there because we have to show where the authority comes from, as Matt said, and I get it. But you know, it's a difference of where we're at and where we feel some of the limitations or no limitations are in the code. So, you know, we have to have that in there, and there's just going to be that part where we because we don't 100% agree on that. So it's almost a circular discussion that I don't know if we have to have it in there. J-Car's going to tell us we have to say where that's from and that we're going to follow it. And so, you know, whether we 100% agree with that whole statement or not, but we've agreed to a spot where we think we could move forward in terms of the steps and what we can and can't include that's grievable. You know, that we're going to have to not agree to disagree, but it is kind of, you know, that understand that that language is going to be in there. And it's in spite of what we've agreed on. I don't know how else to say it, but
why did J-Car not need it in there a month ago? What law has changed in the last month that requires that in there today that didn't require it a month ago? Go ahead, Tom.
I just have a question to help me understand a little bit. There's specific examples in our rules of things that are the responsibility of BE, things that are the responsibility of an operator, the way inventories are handled, federal how service charges are collected, what constitutes a vending facility. All those things refer to federal law. But there's no opening statement in each one of those that specifically points to what law they refer to. So why is this so unique?
So I can answer.
I heard.
Go ahead,
I cited you to this Code of Federal Regulation, and the reason why we cited the statute in this rule. I'm happy to go back and cite the federal Code of Federal Regulations for all of the other rules. It would just take some time to do it. But in this rule in particular, it requires states to adopt procedures. It doesn't say what the procedures are, like in the other codes of federal regulations. It requires states to adopt them. And so we are putting out there that we're adopting the below procedures pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulation, and here it is, so that you can look at it if you want to.
I get that. I guess I just don't get what changed in the last month that brought all this up. You know, other than the time limits and what could be grieved and, you know, a little bit of this meeting beforehand and stuff, we were really close. We were right there. We had those flocks to, you know, work out and deal with and stuff. And now, you know, I'm kind of going to quote Christy in her letter. Boy, we've been working on this for years, and now all of a sudden you guys want to change everything.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Tom.
I guess to the Bureau, to help clarify the chair's point, or my understanding of her point, we've seen multiple drafts of this rule, and those drafts didn't include this language. Now in this final draft, there's a whole bunch of new language that wasn't required in the prior drafts, and we're just curious as though when the chair says what changed in the last month, well, the last draft we saw, this was a month ago, and didn't include any of this. So how come now we feel that it's necessary to put it in, I guess, is the question.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So we recently had JCAR kick back some rules from VR and somewhere else saying that we had to include it when we're adopting a process. So that's why the change. So, you know, VR was been overhauling and not overhauling, reviewing and updating their rules. And, you know, it's a legislative body, and they decided that this is something that they want in them now. And it was a preemptive from our legal team knowing that without this in Rule 14, it would get kicked back.
I heard something. Was that you, Derek? If that was you, Derek, I could barely hear you. Maybe it wasn't.
I apologize.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, I dropped my earbud fails after about a half hour of use. I apologize for that. I'm back. So I wanted to earlier when I tried to get in, and I apologize. I don't get in the mud with Matt regarding what his statement is on that first. He's absolutely right. That is a requirement. If you cite that law, you have to state that it's that statement that he used, which is a term of art, as he said. And Matt, you really shouldn't talk to us like that. These people are not lawyers, and they don't understand all that. They couldn't tell you what a term of art was to save their lives. Talk at their level in order for these conversations to continue fruitfully, please. But he's right, and there's an obfuscation in Greg saying that this came about because JCAR affected other rules recently for that very reason. Well, why wasn't the discussion held earlier today for that purpose to affect the change in the rest of the rules? So, but the more important thing is, while Matt's here, I would like Matt to explain to us, and I'm going to read 107B6. I want to know where that says that you have any wiggle room at all to do anything other than take a grievance and provide an evidentiary hearing for that grievance. Here's what it says. To provide to any blind licensee dissatisfied with any action arising from the operation or administration of the vending facility program an opportunity for a fair hearing, and to agree to submit to grievances of any blind licensee not otherwise resolved by such hearing or arbitration as provided in section 107D1 of this title. Where does it say anything about you can exclude any grievance without providing an evidentiary hearing? It says that nowhere in the law. And there may be case law, but I suspect you can't come up with any case law that's specific to this, or that's even ancillary to this, for that matter.
Madam Chair.
I'm pulling up the statute now. So go ahead, Greg.
You know, we've had this discussion on, and you know, I know Matt's going to pull up the section that cites where we feel it does, And so, you know, we're at a point that we've come to an agreement on this, and you know, we've been going at this for a couple years now. We have moved on a lot of things. We've improved a lot of rules, but the 365, you know, and the employment and the ministerial, you know, that's our best offer. That's as far as we can move on this. And, you know, turning it active participation, any operator can file that for standing. That's where we're at. And, you know, we've been down this road numerous times. We've all set our stances, our viewpoints. We all know where we stand. So I feel at this time, you know, we can. I feel like we've come as far as we can. You know, it's in the sales term, this is our best price. You know, and this is where we need to be on this rule.
And I get that, and I believe that if the rule would have been as simple as that, just my opinion, that we would have been happy to pass it today with the 365. The you know, whether our you know, I truly agree with what Derek said and what others have said. You know, we are at an impasse with that interpretation of the law. That's absolutely true. But I think we were going to be happy to go through it. But then all these other changes appeared in the rule, and that we had no clue about. It just, I mean, they were never discussed. They were never put forward. You know, we get this draft and with some, you know, email from Christy saying we've worked on this two years and we're not going to go any further. And then in the thing that she attaches to it, there's all these changes that nobody ever discussed, and we're discussing them today. That's fine, but that's where kind of the impasse have. If it had been a simple rule, similar to the drafts that had gone back and forth with the changes of the, you know, 45 to 365, the exemption for non-active active participation out, the ministerial and employment thing, I think we would have been, I think it would have passed through.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Greg. Oh,
yes, Greg.
Sorry. Were you done?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So so if, you know, the JCAR piece, you know, what they're requiring, we have to put in there. So at this point, is the sticking point all of the other language where we were trying to make sure we were being transparent about the process, and your suggestion is you're more comfortable if we reduce that down or move it back so it's not as detailed and is more generalized?
My personal opinion is yes. You know, to make it simple and similar to what we've already talked about. You know, other people chime in. I'm definitely not the only one who should be talking, but
you're doing a good job.
Oh.
Well, Madam Chair, I would say it should look like with you know, with the updated language, like I said earlier, something like our current Rule 14, just with, you know, the language without all the extra. I know they talked about JCAR requiring the first part, but all the additional stuff that's in this one compared to our current rule. And if somebody else thinks differently, I want to hear that too, because that needs to be heard as well. If somebody.
Sure.
Yes, John.
I still disagree. I still think we should have most of, not all of it, but most of the new stuff in there, because there's people, yourself included, who said they didn't know some of the things, and it makes it easier for us to look at stuff in the future, and for other operators to know what they have to do, and not have to do research all the mundane laws.
then let's simplify it. We can have a step-by-step thing. We can do it. We've done it all along. We added a couple other steps to this with what goes on after the hearing. That's not in the current rule, but it make it easy to understand. And
so, Madam Chair, would it be just a matter of a couple people getting together and going through and tweaking some of this language to make it not so legalese or so, I don't even know what word I want to use.
So, sorry, Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
Okay. So, so when it drops into once if the grievance is denied, so for it's kind of that point on, what you're talking about reducing and simplifying, correct? Just so we're on the same page about what we're talking about.
As far as I remember, yes. And like I said, I can't. I'm
okay.
horribly disadvantaged that I can't read along with it. So I just, so I can't point the exact spot or show you the exact numbers.
Yeah, no. I gotcha. When we're on these calls and when we're talking, and because I'm notorious for it, of getting everybody confused and down a rabbit hole, I want to make sure before that we're in the same spot. So, I was looking at a previous draft from February that we had. That was simpler. I was trying to find it here. Sorry. If anybody's got, let me jump back in once I find what I was looking for. So
okay.
So, Madam Chair.
Chair. Greg, are you trying to find what
there's a lot of folks.
February?
Frank, were you trying to say something?
No, I thought I heard Matt trying to get in.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I thought Christy was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
Christy, are you finished?
So I was trying to figure out what Greg's trying to find. I have the February 1st rule that was up. Is that what he's trying to read? The earlier in February rule?
Yeah, that's what I was looking, because I know we had done a draft of this rule already. That's why I was trying to. Did you send it to me? Oh,
I did.
Okay. So let me look that up. Thank you, Christy. Matt, if you want to go ahead.
Matt, yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. So a lot of what you I think are calling legalese is just really laying out the process for conducting a hearing. The teams, being able to hold a hearing remotely is going to expire when the pandemic lifts. And so the federal code allows us to set forth procedures for which we will hold hearings. If you don't want to be able to hold a hearing versus via a Microsoft Teams or a video conference, we can remove that. That would just require everyone to come to Columbus and not have the option of dialing in, on their computer or on their phone or something like that. I thought it was to your benefit to add that language. We have this identical process in our VR appeals. And so one of the things I was trying to do was simplify the difference in processes between the two. And so this language has been adopted already for any vocational rehabilitation appeal. And so we wanted to afford the same opportunity to the BE program appeals, the grievances, that we do to everybody else. And then to the second point, the provision that allows us to adopt this is 34 CFR 395.13A. And so we can specify in writing the procedures to afford the hearing, and one of those procedures being you have to file it within 365 days of the offense occurring against you. So
Well,
that's the basis on which I rely to have any of those restrictions in there.
well, that's not a procedure. That is a stipulation. That's not a procedure. But be that as it may, like I said, we've we've debated all of that. I agree with that part of it. And the stuff with the videos and chatting and all that stuff, it may be to the operator's benefit. Some of this stuff was just kind of thrown at us a little bit. I know it came out a couple weeks ago, but like I told you, I don't absorb things very much listening to it. It just, and if it's in the law, I don't see why not putting it in the rule would exclude us from that.
Because the law is going to expire when the pandemic lifts. There was a temporary exception made during the period of the pandemic that we could hold hearings remotely. Once that expires, unless they change it to make it in perpetuity, once that expires, we won't be able to hold hearings remotely. We would have to have a rule to do so, and the federal code allows us to adopt a procedure to hold our hearings remotely.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing then. That may be a good thing to have in there, because I do like folks being able to do that.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
Yeah, that's a good thing to have in your rule. I mean, I didn't say anything earlier because I was sidetracked by all this other stuff. That's not a bad thing to have in there if it does afford an operator or a grievance licensee an opportunity to do it in a more beneficial way than in person. But Madam Chair, can you ask Matt to state his citation again? It was 34,395 what?
0.13, I thought he said.
Yeah.
But let him.
Let me. Sorry, I dropped off of it from.
Yeah, I think it is 0.13, titled Evidentiary Hearings and Arbitration. Vendor Complaint. Yeah.
Right, and it's actually cited in that first paragraph A, so everyone knows where that comes from.
Madam Chair, but what part of that specifically gives the SLA the authority to not provide evidentiary hearing for an operator, for a licensee's grievance?
Paragraph A.
Paragraph A. Well, may I read it, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The state licensing agency shall specify in writing and maintain procedures whereby such agency affords an opportunity for a full evidentiary hearing to each blind vendor, which procedures shall also apply to cases under 395.6E dissatisfied with any state licensing agency action arising from the operation or administration of the vending facility program. When such blind vendor is dissatisfied with any action taken or decision rendered as a result of such hearing, they may file a complaint with the Secretary. Such complaint shall be accompanied by accompanied by all available supporting documents, including a statement of this decision which was rendered and the reasons in support thereof. I see no ability for the SLA to restrict or to not provide an evidentiary hearing for a licensee's grievance. There's nothing in A that says so. And where did 365 days come from in that? I don't see it. And I apologize if I'm reading from the wrong place, but I don't believe I am.
The first line that you read.
The state licensing agency, well, it didn't say 365 days. The state licensing agency shall specify in writing and maintain procedures whereby such agency affords an opportunity for a full evidentiary hearing to each blind vendor.
You can stop there.
Yes, I know. So what in that allows you to exclude me from where are you allowed in that to not provide an evidentiary hearing for my complaint?
So our procedures afford you an evidentiary hearing if you file it within 365 days of the offense occurring.
Oh, if this rule goes through, you mean? Currently, it's 45 days.
I'm talking about the draft.
Yeah, the draft. So that's the argument I've been making all along. But you're not required to put restrictions in our rules. Maybe it's true that you can put restrictions in your rules, but I don't think so. Not to a certain degree anyway. But you're not required. The statement has been made previously that you believe you're required to put restrictions in the rules. You're not. And even if you're allowed to, my point has always been, why put so many restrictions on that have afforded the Bureau the opportunity to deny 8 grievances in the last 18 months? That should never occur, should never happen, and the rule should never afford that opportunity to be taken advantage of so frequently. And in so many cases where you certainly shouldn't want to do so. Operators certainly shouldn't want you to do so. That's the point of this whole thing. And I wish the committee would stand up and scream bloody murder like I'm doing. This is wrong. It always has been wrong. But we never raised so much cane about it because it wasn't being abused the way that it's been abused. It's appalling. It's appalling that 8 grievances have not been provided evidentiary hearings in the last 18 months. And don't even start with your hearing officer's report and recommendation because it's nonsense. And I apologize for not being more even-keeled in this, but it truly is irresponsible of the Bureau to take this line. You should do everything you can to hear every grievance submitted by a licensee. You should afford every opportunity. Any attempt to negate that, you should be ashamed for. It's fundamental. It's foundational. It's why so much of the federal law addresses it. Don't do it. Stop where you are and take your 365 days and let everything else go. And allow an opportunity. I apologize. I'm going on and on and on, and I apologize.
So Madam Chair, 119 requires appeals to be filed within 30 days.
Yes,
against my
appeals.
recommendation, the director is authorizing it up to, and Greg is authorizing it up to a year. So, you know, I think it's been pointed out in the past that some states have 15 days time periods, time limits to file an appeal. You don't want your grievances going on and on so that, you know, what if you're grieving the awarding of a facility? Do you want someone to be in place for 5 years before somebody else files a grievance and then wins because there's no documents on file to substantiate why someone was selected over another person, memories fade, and then someone gets awarded that facility through a grievance process, you know, after someone's been established and settled and gave up their other site for that location. And so you want it to be a quick and efficient process so that you can move on with understanding what is the way that you can go forward. You don't want it dragging on where people are living in a state of concern or fear that something might be taken away from them because no time period has passed.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
And I will try to remain calm this time, and I appreciate what you're saying, Matt. But you're bringing up a point that is most likely not to ever occur, and I'm more willing to accept the fact that that might happen, and the process will still exclude anything from happening that none of us like. I would rather have that be available to an operator than to have something that did occur 5 years ago that should be addressed not be addressed. And that's the problem. None of us raised, you know, the question's been asked, why haven't we brought this up before? We didn't think there was a need to bring up the current rule anytime until recently because of grievances that should be heard not being heard. That's the problem. we're not scared. We're not nearly as scared of the scenario you just described as we are of the scenario that I just described. That's our problem. And we would like for you to be more generous to us than to the program's benefit, because the program is very unlikely to not benefit from what I'm suggesting, whereas operators are very likely to be harmed by what you're suggesting, as evidenced in recent history and in prior history many years ago as well. It seems to be cyclical for some reason.
Well, it does. It does. But at least back then, and the folks realized they were doing wrong and stopped it. This didn't happen this time, unfortunately. Well, we're not going to get Rule 14 resolved today. It's 2:48. And, you know, I'm not sure what we're going to do with Rule 14 yet, but we'll keep working on it. Thing everyone needs to keep in mind, both us and the Bureau folks, we don't come to an agreement, then the old rule stands. So that's our motivation for all of us to, you know, see where we get. And try and work something out. But we'll keep working on it. Let's set the rules aside, and we'll you know, get back to Rule 14 at you know, and at another time. But before we adjourn, I wanted to make sure that there was nothing else that needed to be addressed today.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
this is Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So I guess I need to understand, when you say we're filing or we're refiling the current Rule 14?
Well, I don't know that I would go do that just yet, but I would say if we don't come to an agreement on a rule, then the old, you know, then obviously there's nothing to file.
So I feel like, oh, sorry, was
go
somebody
ahead.
talking?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, you know, we've agreed upon the, well, I don't know. I thought we were there. We've worked on this for quite some time. We're at a spot where you know, we're going to have to agree to disagree on all grievances are accepted versus some of the limitations. The other part is you know, about some transparency and changing some language up. So I feel like we can update that second part and get it back over to you guys. But you know, what we've gotten for is far better than what the current rule is, and I would not think we would want to refile our current rule when we have something that's way better that we can tweak and get something back quickly. And we would hope and want you guys to, if you have any questions, get back with us and not wait till the next meeting. And we can even schedule a call, Annette and Tom and everybody, to have a quick discussion. But I don't want to put, we can't put this on, like, we need to wrap this one up. I feel like this is it. I mean, we've gotten all this other stuff done.
We did. No, we did. We voted on the other rules. We did the few minor changes today. We've talked to the folks. All the other rules are in a good place. Is everybody 100% happy? No, but no one's ever going to be. But the committee did vote for them to go through. We've talked to our constituents. We brought up the concerns that were put forth today, so they're good. Rule 14 is the one sticking point. I have no problem whatsoever about keeping talking about it. No problem. I'll talk till the end of time about it, and having other meetings and trying to break some of this out. And if we have to do a quick special meeting to pass it through. Once there's information done, we can do a quick one, with that being, you know, probably the only thing on the agenda. I would hope that it could be quick. But so, you know, we're good unless other committee members want to chime in and tell me to shut up and I don't know what I'm talking about. We're good to keep working on it and hope to get it to bed. I think everyone, you know, I would like to say around the table, but, you know, on the video chat here, is motivated to get something done, because there are better things than what's in the current rule for all concerned. So, well,
Madam Chair, do we have to vote on moving these forward, or no? Or I'm just asking as a point of order, or is that necessary? I don't know.
I don't know that there probably will be some point. We did kind of vote to accept the ones. We made some fairly minor changes today. I don't know if we made any outside of Rule 14. Any, my head is fuzzy right now. Any significant changes that would require a big, you know, redo? I think most of the things we did today outside of Rule 14 was fairly minor and
Madam Chair,
insignificant. Yes, John.
you did not vote on Rule 3 yet.
Oh, okay. As a point of order, okay. I appreciate you pointing that out to me, because
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. So maybe we should officially do a vote for Rule 3 now, if we want to. If anybody would want to. If not, that's okay too.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
I would love it if you guys voted on Rule 3, because if we can start down the road of getting everything but Rule 14, getting them to RSA, and telling them that we're going to have an updated rule coming, just as we talked about, getting it in line, because, you know, RSA is not the fastest animal.
No, they're not. Nope.
So, you know, if you guys are agreeable, if you can, you know, if you want to vote on Rule 3, and we can move that and then try to finish, you know, at least through 1 through 13 and the definitions.
Right.
And then we have a place. It's kind of like the place stacked in line. I don't know if anybody's been to Disney or anything. Get your fast pass, but at least we're date stamped of when we submitted, and then if we got to trickle Rule 14 in behind it a little bit, it doesn't go back to the beginning. If that makes sense.
Well, what's everyone's
Madam
thoughts
Chair.
about Rule? Yes. Tom or Scott, I think, was in there.
Go ahead,
I
Tom.
think Scott went first.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to make a move that we vote on the modified Rule 3 today.
To accept it and move it forward. Yeah.
Yes.
Correct?
To accept it
Okay.
and move it forward.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll
Is there?
second
Okay. A second. All right. Any discussion on Rule 3?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
Before we vote to accept it in its modified form, I'd like to hear the modifications read back to us so that we're all 100% certain what we're voting on.
All right, Sally, you did a few modifications. Did you make note of what those were? Or?
I did.
Okay. Oh, I'm so glad you did. Okay.
Okay. And you don't want me to read the whole rule, right?
No, just the things that were changed from the draft that we have. That we did a couple things this morning.
Okay. Rule 3, letter E1. The applicant is not licensed by the BE program or whose license is inactive per 3304-121 2E. So that referred us back to Rule 2. Letter E.
Right. Okay.
So there was that. And then under G, when we get to the scoring for awarding facilities, we added the word or after 1 and 2. So they either get 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points.
Okay.
Number 4, if the applicant has had no late reports or payments in the most recent 12 months under a BOA of the past 24 months prior to the application deadline, add 4 points, or if the applicant has no more than 1 late report or payment in the most recent 12 months under a BOA of the past 24 months prior to the application deadline, add 2 points. So it was just the under a BOA added in there twice.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
should it not say BOA or BTOA?
Probably. Just to
'Cause I thought that's
clarify
what we
that.
discussed.
Yeah, I think
Thanks.
it did. Yeah.
Okay.
Just so
I'll add
people.
or BTOA.
Yeah, because we don't want somebody to come back. We all know it's under a TVOA too, but we don't want someone to grieve it that somebody got points or something they shouldn't have. Or
Okay. And then the other one was letter M. If a licensee wishes to detach a site from their facility, they must submit a request in writing to the BE program manager, which shall include gross sales by BGA. And that was the part I added there, was which shall include gross sales.
okay.
And the rest of the rules stayed the same.
Okay.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Yes, John.
Instead of saying by BJ, should not say for that particular or for that BGA.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
I think it should be, and to clean up the language John just used a little bit and put it in my own, I think it should say to include gross sales for this location. Because you could have one BGA that encompasses 20 different locations. If you're only trying to remove one location, giving the Bureau the sales data for the entire facility does you no good. So we should specify that we don't mean by BGA, we mean by site.
Right. It should be that, because that's what we want to do. We want to know what the sales are for the site they want rid of.
Okay, so I changed it to which shall include gross sales for the specific location.
Okay.
That
sounds good. Yep.
That's better.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion on Rule 3? All right, we'll call for the vote. Scott. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Doug?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Jim? Okay, Jim's not there. Or Keith, did you ever come? All right, Frank?
No.
Oh, okay. Passes. All right. Did anyone have anything else? All right. Well, then why don't we adjourn?